Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. This is the e-fuel team. Basically, we are providing fuel loans to the border riders. As all of you know, okay, Ugandans, it's the most convenient means of transport right now, but you find in the morning hours, they don't have money to start to buy the fuel. So what we are going to do, we are going to be providing the fuel prior in the morning, then they pay back later in the evening after they have collected some money, of course with little interest of just 2,000, and yes, that's basically the solution.
Thank you. Next team. As you come here as a team, kindly don't spread over. You need to stay in the camera frame. Next team, kindly.
Good morning, everyone. Team Allied Company with my group members, Robert, Benjamin, and Jocelyn. I'll begin with our problem statement, which is inefficient and overwhelming property search process. Currently, most people are looking for houses, for land, for hostels, apartments, and it's very hard sometimes to get them because most times people get brokers that are not efficient enough. So our group, our team, we are solving that with our mobile application called Allied Estates. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. This is a team from Hands of Women Foundation. We work with women with disability, and we do skillings in different areas of making organic peanut butter, pumpkin flour production, and we use the money from the sales to sponsor the children of women with disability in schools. In all these things that we do, we are in the area of reducing gender-based violence among women and girls from the age of 15 to 35 years old. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next team.
We are team Rent is PC. I'm Stisha, Winnie, Angela, and Susie. Like landlords face challenges in managing their property. So I look forward to making it easy and with feasibility for them, and so do tenants, simply because they use incompetent brokers and they incur losses.
Thank you. What's the name of the team?
Rent is PC.
Thank you. Next team.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Chiga Marino Olivia. We are team Tax on Point. Many individuals and small businesses struggle with complex and time-consuming tax compliance processes. So we are bringing on a mobile application that will help automate tax calculations, send in tax filing deadlines, reminders, and then have a secure wallet where people can keep money just in case the time has come to pay taxes. They can always pay at ease. Yeah.
Thank you. Next team. One of the teams that started with the women in FinTech, and they have been in several competitions, and I know they have won in 2 of them.
Miss Happy, this is Lorna, that's Linda, and that's Steven. This is Team Safe and Free. So the problem that we're trying to solve here is youth facing fear of being judged and stigmatized while trying to access sexual health services. So we are coming up with a way through which the youth can access sexual healthcare services and products in a way that is confidential, and they will not really have to interface with the health workers physically, but they will still get access to these things and make payments through our system. Thank you.
Thank you. Are the teams done? I'm not seeing any standing up. Right.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Patricia Giramia. This is John Vianney Waswa. We are from Team Sayanese Investors. Our problem is simple. Many people, you have bank accounts, you save, but we are here trying to introduce investing. Everyone would love to deposit money and come back and find when there is a little interest on it. So we are helping bridging that gap between easy and safe investing, because not many people trust investing. They think it's scam and all that stuff. So we are trying to make people comfortable with investing their money. Other people don't know where to invest. We are also here to bridge that gap. Thank you.
Thank you. Next team. You need to stand when you're here and you're close to each other so that you fit in the frame. Too, you need also to be a group in the pictures. You know, don't be separated. Don't space yourselves. Please push this side towards the banner. Right there.
Good afternoon to you all. My name is Namtebi Esther. This is Allen. This is Desire. This is HiPipo Group. We aim to solve a problem where women can't find funders, like they need a middleman to connect them to someone who can give them loans to develop their businesses. So we are coming up with an application called the HiPipo app that is going to connect funders and potential women entrepreneurs so that they can get capital, and also the funders to get accurate information from the women entrepreneurs. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next team.
Hello, everyone. I am Angela, and this is Team Pesajet. And the problem our team is solving is limited capital flow for small businesses, especially merchant businesses and retailers. And how we are going to solve this problem is we're going to do it in a triad setting, whereby a merchant or a retailer will apply for a loan using our app, and then we shall connect them to a store manager who will deliver these goods, and then the merchant will pay back the loan using the app. That is our solution. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next team. No one is standing up. You've walked for 10 seconds. In the frame, close to the banner. Yes.
Thank you. My name is Acheng Elizabeth Ashley, and this is Agatha Richa Akulu. We are Team Forex Press. So financial transactions across East Africa is a big problem. And yet somehow we are a business community that does so many transactions. Imagine Agatha is in Kenya right now and she's stuck. I'm in Uganda, I'm her only contact. Is there a one-step way of sending her money and she receives it instantly on whatever platform she has? For example, we cannot send money from MTN to M-Pesa or to Safaricom, or to an account she has while I have money on mobile money MTN. So what Forex Press does, this is like an instant online conversion platform for money across the East African countries and neighboring countries where there are high levels of transaction. Globally, you can receive money from the States. So internationally, it is done, but within the East African community and a few African countries, there is no platform for that. And yet somehow we do so much business together, we send so much money, we travel so much amid stars. So Forex Press gives the platform for one to send the money, for example, to South Sudan right now. I'll just get my phone, put my 100,000 Ugandan shillings, then the other person will receive in whatever currency they want to receive, in an equivalent amount. Thank you.
Thank you. Another team is coming.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Marina Tim from Chikumi Pay. My apologies on behalf of my team members who are yet to join me later, but we are three. So, Chikumi is a sustainable, allow me read. Chikumi is a sustainable digital financial and information infrastructure to enable all local market vendors receive digital payments as low as 300 Ugandan shillings through the debit card, and then also robotically lend money as low as 3,000 Ugandan shillings to the neighboring market vendors, and then also pay the market utility bills through the market information system. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we have had your solutions. Now, right now is a social media moment. Social media moment. So all of us, our phones, no one on laptop or writing, let us all get phones. We have Wi-Fi. If you haven't connected the Wi-Fi, connect. Please let us get our phones. Someone didn't present? Please, Evelyn. Okay, and you? Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm called Abteka Bridget from UP. My problem that I'm solving is limited market of the agricultural products. You find that these farmers come from villages and they reach in Kampala and they don't get market for their products. You find that others have perishable products and they get destroyed before them getting the market. So we are trying to create a platform which can connect farmers to the customers.
Evelyn is the last one. Sorry.
Good afternoon, everyone. Apologies on behalf of my colleague who is joining tomorrow. So I'm from Team Worship. Just imagine over 10,000 people get stranded alongside the road trying to locate a mechanic or a washing bay. So now here comes WashUp, a mobile application to ease the location of affordable. It is affordable and quick, very reliable, helping you to locate a mechanic or a nearby garage and a washing bay just wherever you are. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now, social media moment. We are remaining with 4 minutes. Please let us get our phones. I have posted photos to the WhatsApp group. If you are not on the WhatsApp group, please put up your hand. Let me see you. Okay, which team? How come you? Tell your team leader to add you. They are admins. Let them add you to the group. Get your phones, please. Go to your social media, LinkedIn, X or Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp. Let us all post. If I see you on your laptop or on the books or you're not doing anything, I'm passing through. See that everyone is posting. Okay. Yes. Go ahead. Okay, some of you are saying that your apps are on the laptop. You want to use your laptop. Hashtags, Level 1 Project, hashtag Women in FinTech. Yeah. Remaining with 3 minutes. Don't miss out on the $200, eh? It's a lot of money. It could be used as your capital, as startup capital. Have you all accessed the photos? Did you access today's mentor, the flyer? You have accessed it, so post her as well. Post what you have learned so far. What have you understood or gained from the people who have talked this morning, our CEO, Cleopatra, the facilitator. You can post, tag them, so that the world can see. Today we looked at problem statement and business case. What did you understand? Share what you picked. Share a point. HiPipo, at HiPipo for all our social media accounts. You can even tag our CEO, Innocent Kawoya, Kalunji Nicholas, Ntulume Nicholas. You can tag them all on Twitter, LinkedIn. One minute. We are remaining with 1 minute, so that, and then I'm going to call Simon Kamia, our facilitator. He has a few minutes before we go for our lunch. Our lunch they are already setting up. He's going to guide us on what we have presented just in a few minutes. We are remaining with 1 minute. Hashtag Level 1 Project, hashtag Women in FinTech. Okay, now I'm going to invite Simon to guide us about our presentation.
Thank you so much.
Simon, you have 3 minutes.
Derek, help us here. Help us here. How are you all? So as they are doing the setup, they're saying, there is a Luganda saying about a buffalo. You let me know where to stand. So already solutions have been existing, and they come in, they are told in sort of idioms and stories. So as it comes up, I'll be talking about Nkoba Zambogo. So when the hunters killed the buffalo, they used to set a trap. They used to dig a hole. So after digging the hole and they put the spears, the buffalo was very heavy to carry up the pit. Not so? So the problem there is what? The problem is when the hunters wanted to hunt down a buffalo, they dug a pit. They killed the buffalo, but they needed to lift up the meat of the buffalo, and it was very heavy. So the problem is rumors are not good. What do they call it? Grapevine communication. The problem is that's not the problem. You're giving this the solution. The problem, yes. Second microphone. Second microphone.
The problem is poor planning. They didn't plan prior.
Yeah, thank you for the try. That's a good answer. Another person with a solution. The problem? The problem? Yes, microphone behind. Anyone to help us move the microphone? They dug a pit. They set a trap. The buffalo fell. They needed to lift. So the problem, they needed to lift.
The problem is the way how they're going to lift the buffalo meat.
Okay. So what they do, they created bands from the skin of the buffalo. They created bands from the skin of the buffalo. So that is prototyping. Bands, rubber band, okay? To lift the meat. So they got the bands and then lifted the meat. So the solution, after prototyping with the bands and cutting, they used the bands to get the meat out of the ditch or the pitch. And that's Nkoba Zambogo. Now, so they say Nkoba Zambogo zejazoka mubunya. They use the same bands of the same buffalo to get it out of the pit. So welcome to the Women in FinTech Hackathon, and I want to, most of you have presented good ideas, brilliant ideas, but we need to find a way of narrowing them down as Cleo explained. So the ideas are there. They are not pointing at the money. They are talking about what you have a solution, but the problem is not being stated. So you have the idea, you need to identify the problem. What is the problem that you're trying to state out? What have you found? So you need to plan and prototype, and then you get the solution and implement. That even God himself, the creator, he said now, he created the earth and it was formless and empty. And then, so that was the problem. It was empty. And then he said, let there be light. Okay? So he's prototyping. And then lastly, he created a solution and implementation by separating light from darkness to give us day and night. So, big problems require simple solutions. Like they say, when you're going to cut off the head of a chicken, the panga will be useless. You know? Yes, a machete will be useless. So if the lion is protecting its cubs, before they identify a problem, it seems normal until they identify the problem. I don't know why that image is not loading. So the prototyping tools are there. They do both. They do the hunting. So the planning and prototyping is there, that the mouse will do the action. If I'm to get a solution, and then the mouse takes on the what? The action. So the solution is there, and the implementation from the same mouse. So much as the attacker has all the energy, but when she's on with her cubs, the same tools that are dangerous are creating simple solutions. So at this moment, when you were telling your ideas, most of you were not mentioning the actual problems. You know? Also the presentation, you could tell that a certain team is not ready. You cannot be here and you're thinking of what to tell us, and you're saying, you need an applause for that. You get it, You need to be confident. You already know what you found. And then you present it, and you go through the steps that we're going to go through this week. So every day, you're going to be presenting. Starting tomorrow, you'll be presenting according to the task of the day. Okay? It is a hackathon. We have those number of days to come to the final product. So we're going to be sharing links where you're going to be uploading your PowerPoints. People stay up working. So from the time of the presentation, you have overnight till tomorrow 8 a.m. to start handing in whatever you've been working on. And then the other day we carry on another task. The teams here are very free. You're free to approach us anytime. And after lunch, we're going to be calling out the teams that need to improve. So the first one here, I'm just giving you a general observation for you to improve your ideas. It does not mean that if your team is not called upon, you're good to go. You may need a tip here and there, and we are free at any time. You come, we always discuss and go through the ideas. The idea can exist already, but you have something better. Because the earpods exist does not mean we are not listening to music through Bluetooth. But someone said we can't be carrying wires, and we needed a way of charging. You get it, And they created a solution, and people are buying them expensively. Someone said, have you ever heard of the Apple socks? Apple socks, it's not a tech thing, but with the idea that it warms up your iPhone, people are buying the socks. You get it, Yes, to warm up the iPhone. Maybe here you don't need because you are on Android, but there. So the idea can exist, but you have a better solution for any idea. So don't sit on your idea and you say it is worthless. No, it's you who creates the worth for that idea. It is you who markets the idea so that it's told out there. Okay, thank you so much. I guess we're going for lunch then.
Okay, thank you so much, Simon. Like he said, there are teams that are lacking some elements. This is women in FinTech. So if you have a solution that doesn't involve a financial technology element, you need to be guided on how you can put on that. So we will do that later. They have identified those teams and they are going to be guiding you. Right now, it is lunchtime. So they are just finalizing setting up. You can stand up, maybe you want to use washrooms, you want to stretch as we prepare to start having our lunch. Thank you all. Anyone who has a question or something they want help with?
Thank you. This running we don't have power.
We are going to work on that. Derek, please. Power. Hello. Hello. So the facilitators have identified the teams that they will be giving some guidance. Those are the teams that I'm sending first for lunch so that they can eat very fast, finish, and meet with the facilitators before other sessions begin. Yes? So when you're getting food, be serious about it. Like, be focused, get your food, eat, like school days.
separate. Ate good separate. Mbuanyirira abakamwe. Anti-money bugs in Zabimala. Big bad, yoga, I make money, neagare. Only well to do. Life is financially simplified. Big bad, yoga, make money, neagare. Mukadde omubuuza ko tekirwaza. Eyesiga mukama. Osaba. I'm succeeding, leading, exceeding. We are winning. Anti-money bugs in Zabimala. I make money, neagare. Only well to do. Life is financially simplified. Make money, neagare. Nzimyansa tukira abazungu TikTok bagobe bali mbuwambi play tukadde 10 awe tutusaawo iPhone yefoni ebirala telefoni flight ku flight akanyonyi katukuba katonde abawaye atuma mugira mukolima emmoloka etasusa 5 kimerementi the night is still young wait a pop more champagne ngenda Maldives ku breakfast tewali bakuyita Richard wakabi Holy wealth wizard malanga fortune separate wakolamu wachikuba wamalayo anti-money bugs in Zabimala. Big bad, yoga, I make money, neagare. Only well to do. Life is financially simplified. Big bad, yoga, make money, neagare. What does it in totole ya muntu munno jakuwa toyagala banyumya saving naye bwezigwawo kwoti njaloga wenna togambwako otamidde kyokka ate ng'ovuga bakugamba n'akamulwadde kyokka ate olumye toyambadde nakuyita Richard olina kaki oli wealth wizard kyekyomanyi fortune separate ate good separate mbuwanyirira abakamwe anti-money bugs in Zabimala. Big bad, yoga, I make money, neagare. Only well to do. Life is financially simplified. Big bad, yoga, make money, neagare. Mukadde omubuuza ko tekirwaza. Eyesiga mukama. Osaba kofa. I'm succeeding, leading, exceeding. We are winning. Anti-money bugs in Zabimala. Big bad, yoga, I make money, neagare. Only well to do. Life is financially simplified. Big bad, yoga, make money, neagare. Nzimyansa tukira abazungu TikTok bagobe bali mbuwambi play tukadde 10 awe tutusaawo iPhone yefoni ebirala telefoni flight ku flight akanyonyi katukuba katonde abawaye atuma mugira mukolima emmoloka etasusa 5 kimerementi the night is still young wait a pop more champagne ngenda Maldives ku breakfast tewali bakuyita Richard wakabi Holy wealth wizard malanga fortune separate wakolamu wachikuba wamalayo anti-money bugs in Zabimala. Big bad, yoga, I make money, neagare. Only well to do. Life is financially simplified. Big bad, yoga, make money, neagare. What does it in fuka totole ya muntu munno jakuwa toyagala banyumya saving naye bwezigwawo kwoti njaloga wenna togambwako otamidde kyokka ate ng'ovuga bakugamba n'akamulwadde kyokka ate olumye toyambadde nakuyita Richard olina kaki oli wealth wizard kyekyomanyi fortune separate ate good separate mbuwanyirira abakamwe anti-money bags in Zabimala. I make money, to do. Life is financially simplified. Make money, mukadde omubuuzaako tekirwaza eyesiga mukama osaba kofa. I'm succeeding, leading, exceeding. We are winning. Anti-money bags in Zabimala. I make money, to do. Life is financially simplified. Make money, skins in answer to Kirabazongo. TikTok bagobe bali kuwambi pledge kukadde 10 wetu tusaawo iPhone ye phone ebirala telefone flight ku flight akanyonyi katukuba katonde abawaye atuma mugira mukolima emmoloka etasusa 5 kimerementi. The night is still young, wait a pop more champagne ngenda Maldives ku breakfast tewali bakuyita Richard Wakabi oli wealth wizard malanga fortune is separate wakolamu wachikuba wamalayo anti-money bags in Zabimala. I make money, to do. Life is financially simplified. Make money, what does it in fuka tozole ya muntu muno jakuwa toyagala banyumya saving naye bwezigwawo bwotyo njaloga wenna togambwako otamidde kyokka ate ng'ovuga bakugamba n'akamulwadde kyokka ate olumye toyambadde nakuyita Richard olina kaki oli wealth wizard kyekyomanyi fortune is separate ate good separate mbuwanyirira abakamuli anti-money bags in Zabimala. I make money, to do. Life is financially simplified. Make money, mukadde omubuuzaako tekirwaza eyesiga mukama osaba kofa. I'm succeeding, leading, exceeding. We are winning. Anti-money bags in Zabimala. I make money, to do. Life is financially simplified. Make money, skins in answer to Kirabazongo. TikTok bagobe bali kuwambi pledge kukadde 10 wetu tusaawo iPhone ye phone ebirala telefone flight ku flight akanyonyi katukuba katonde abawaye atuma mugira mukolima emmoloka etasusa 5 kimerementi. The night is still young, wait a pop more champagne ngenda Maldives ku breakfast tewali bakuyita Richard Wakabi oli wealth wizard malanga fortune is separate wakolamu wachikuba wamalayo anti-money bags in Zabimala. I make money, to do. Life is financially simplified. Make money, what does it in fuka tozole ya muntu muno jakuwa toyagala banyumya saving naye bwezigwawo bwotyo njaloga wenna togambwako otamidde kyokka ate ng'ovuga bakugamba n'akamulwadde kyokka ate olumye toyambadde nakuyita Richard olina kaki oli wealth wizard kyekyomanyi fortune is separate ate mbuwanyirira abakamwe anti money bags nze abimala I make money neyagale to do life is financially simplified make money neyagale succeed mukadde omubuuzaako tekirwaza yesiga mukama the leading hate to see me we are winning anti money bags nze abimala I make money neyagale life is financially simplified. Skins imyansa tukira abazungu TikTok bagobe bali mbuwambi play tukadde 10 awe tutusaawo iPhone yefoni ebirala telefoni flight ku flight akanyonyi katukuba katonde abawaye atuma mugira mukolima emoloka etasusa 5 kimerementi the night is still young wait a pop more champagne ngenda Maldives ku breakfast tewali nakuyita Richard wakabi oli wealthy wizard malanga fortune is separate wakolamu wachikuba wamalayo anti money bags nze abimala I make money neyagale I'm succeeding, the leading, hate to see me, we are winning, anti-money bags in Zabimala, I make money, life is financially simplified, make money, where I got it. Skins imyansa tukira abazungu TikTok bagobe bali mbuwambi play tukadde 10 awe tutusaawo iPhone yefoni ebirala telefoni flight ku flight akanyonyi katukuba katonde abawaye atuma mugira mukolima emoloka etasusa 5 kimerementi the night is still young wait a pop more champagne ngenda Maldives ku breakfast tewali nakuyita Richard wakabi oli wealthy wizard malanga fortune is separate wakolamu wachikuba wamalayo anti money bags nze abimala I make money neyagale life is financially simplified make money weyagale what does it in tozole ya muntu munno jakuwa toyagala banyumya saving naye bwezigwawo bwotyo jaloga wenna togambwako otamidde kyokka ate ng'ovuga bakugamba n'akamulwadde kyokka ate olumbye toyambadde nakuyita Richard olina kaki oli wealthy wizard kyekyomanyi fortune is separate ate good separate mbuwanyirira abakamwe money bags in Zabimala. I make money neyagale. To do life is financially simplified. Make money weyagale. Mukadde omubuuzaako tekirwaza eyesiga mukama osaba kufa.
I'm succeeding, the leading, exceeding. We are winning. Anti-money bucks in Zabimala. Yoga, I make money, Neagare. Only all to do. Life is financially simplified. Yoga, make money, Neagare. Skins in answer to Kirabazongo. TikTok bagobe bali mbuwambi pledge kukadde 10 awe tutusaawo iPhone ye phone ebirala telefoni flight ku flight akanyonyi katukuba katonde abawaaye atuma mugira mukolima emmoloka etasusa ataano kimerementi the night is still young wait a pop more champagne ngenda Maldives ku breakfast tewali bakuyita Richard wakabi oli wealthy wizard malanga fortune is separate wakolamu wachikuba wamalayo anti-money bucks in Zabimala Yoga, I make money Neagare Only all to do. Life is financially simplified. Yoga, make money Neagare. What does it in Nero Fuka Totole Amuntu Muno Jakuwa? Toyagala banyumya saving naye bwezigwawo bw'otyo loga wenna togambwako otamidde kyokka ate ng'ovuga bakugamba n'akamulwadde kyokka ate olumye toyambadde bakuyita Richard olina kaki oli wealthy wizard kyomanyi fortune is separate ate good separate mbuwanyirira kabaka anti-money bucks in Zabimala Yoga, I make money Neagare Only all to do. Life is financially simplified. Yoga, make money Neagare Mukadde omubuuzaako tekirwaza eyesiga Mukama osaba kufa.
My doctor, your health, anytime, anywhere.
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 My doctor, your health anytime, anywhere.
Thank you so much for enjoying the lunch. Team achievers, kindly come to the facilitation desk so we could understand you better. Thank you so much for enjoying your lunch. Team achievers, the achievers, come to the facilitator's desk so we could understand each other.
Life is financially simplified. Skins imyansa tukira abazungu TikTok bagobe bali mbuwambi play tukadde 10 awe tutusaawo iPhone yefoni ebirala telefoni flight ku flight akanyonyi katukuba katonde abawaye atuma mugira mukolima emmoloka etasusa ataano kimerementi the night is still young wait a pop more champagne ngenda Maldives ku breakfast tewali bakuyita Richard wakabi oli wealthy wizard malanga fortune is separate wakolamu wachikuba wamalayo anti-money bags nzabimala njoga I make money neyagale life is financially simplified.
Hello. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. How are you? Very fine. You're very satisfied. Okay, those who are still having plates, remove them. Let us stand up. We are going to stretch so that we don't, the food should not sit on us. Can we stand up, please? Let's stand up. Move away from your seats. Yeah. And just move, push your seats behind and move left to right. We are moving like this. We are taking 2 steps like this, how I'm moving, 2 steps. 2 steps, then turn. Just find a space where you can walk. Find a space. Find a space where you can walk. Yeah. And now let us stretch our hands like this. Let us stretch as we turn from side to side. Stretch as we turn from side to side. Feel free. We are trying to chase the sleep away and laziness. Put your hands up and down. Can your hands up, stretch, yes, like that. And down, up and down, up and down. Okay, thank you so much. Let us take our seats. Okay, so apart from those who have attended the previous hackathons, who can tell me about Level 1 project? Who has heard about it? Level 1 project. Level 1 project. Who has heard about it? Okay. If you will, and your name?
Once again, my name is Semakula Peter Waswa. I personally heard about this from my colleagues who actually attended the previous hackathons. I'm sorry. So I was also eager to join actually. The first time I saw them come back and they were all putting on such t-shirts, they were all looking nice. I'm like, I want you people to take me. Unfortunately, they told me it's about ladies. But what surprised me is that I saw one guy putting on the same shirt. Yep. Level 1 project. So I really wanted to always at least come and see what happens in this place. But to be honest, I had this from friends. And of course also social media. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. Another one who knows about Level 1 project and you have not been here before?
Hello everyone. I learned about Level 1 project from social media, Twitter, and I read about it. It was like what the post was about, empowering and guiding youth on how to integrate digital, like payments, such of a thing.
Okay, thank you so much. Yes, Jennifer.
Thank you so much. For me,
My first time seeing this, it was on one of the websites. I think for these people, I was just working on a report. Then when I look at that thing, I was like, wow, I'm really passionate about women. Maybe I need to try my luck and apply to see what next. But I'm glad that I'm here.
Okay, thank you so much, Jennifer. I think you didn't understand me. All those who have responded, I was asking about level 1 project. I was not asking about the hackathon. These are two different things. There's the hackathon and then there's one level project. So that's what we are going to look at this afternoon. And the session is going to be taken by our CEO, Innocent Kawoya, and Kasacha George. Okay, as we wait for them to come, I'm going to randomly pick someone. Let me see, who am I going to pick? Him. Tell us about level 1 project principles. Just mention anyone.
I think level 1 project is all about bringing up a solution that includes everyone. For example, if you are creating a mobile solution, you make sure that people also at the bottom of the pyramid can easily access these services.
Okay, thank you so much. Easy accessibility, that was one. I'm the one picking, I don't want hands. I'm the one picking. Some people are looking down, they don't want to face me. I'm the one picking. Oh, Marion is here. Blaze thought I'm picking her. Marion.
What was the question? Principles of level 1 projects. Financial inclusion.
Okay, financial inclusion summarizes all. Yes.
Accessibility.
Accessibility. Okay, she doesn't remember. Innocent is not seeing those who don't remember level 1 project, and I've studied them before. Diana.
Affordability.
Affordability.
Accessibility.
Oh.
Affordability.
Okay, Sunita.
Interoperability.
Interoperability. Sunita, can you explain to us the word?
Like it's easy to integrate it with other systems, something like that. First of all, the level 1 project looks at like an open loop, like payment system. So it's in a way that like many systems can easily access that open loop payment system to make payments, like interoperability. Like it's easy to, oh my God.
Okay, she already said it. It's the integration. It's the integration. Okay, so Innocent and Georgia are here. They are going to tell us more about interoperability. So open your ears and listen very well, because the systems that you're designing, the solutions that you're designing, you have to include level 1 project principles. Your system, is it cheap? Can it be easily accessible? Can it work on basic feature phones? So these are all the principles you have to include in your solution, and when you're presenting, you have to also present. That will be tomorrow when you're presenting business case and problem statement. So.
Hi, everyone. Are you good? Where is Lisa? Okay. Lead of what? Where's Mariam Dagire? Yeah, I'm trying to see if I remember. Of course, I know Sunita very well. Come, Hanj. Who else? I'm talking about the people who have seen posting on Twitter and LinkedIn. The ones I remember who tagged me. I'm not so bad with memory. Yeah, so I remember a few of them. Maureen, how are you? Our team, Maureen. Are you okay? Why are you seated alone? Come in front here. Please come. Madam CEO, Agatha, hi. Are you okay? Who else? Where is Lorna? Oh, the team is now full, eh? Yeah, cool. Good to see you. Maureen, come this side. So I heard Sunita talk about interoperability, and I liked the conversation. Not because I know her so much now, not because we sit in the same room now, but because it was a nice one. Maureen comes from Lira, eh? So I heard someone saying they come from Gulu, eh? They think it is very far. Eh? You're joking. Lira is even farther than Gulu, yeah? It is. Gulu is 335 kilometers, not so? Yeah? And Lira is 360. Then where are the people from Kabale? Tell these people that they're not from far. Eh? Yeah, tell them. And then the people who are from Nairobi, tell them it. Tell them that Gulu is only far in our minds. Ladies, not and gentlemen, I heard it was only ladies. But I like your idea of the village savings circle and all that. So, a team joined the hackathon last year. She came with Kau team, right? And then joined the ladies of Tawaza. I remember, madam. Okay, I'm just talking about your origin. What do you want to say to the nation, Atim?
Greetings to everyone. Once again, my name is Maureen Atim. When it comes to digital financial inclusion, I feel it's all right for everyone to be able to access digital payments, not just as beneficiaries, but competitive actors. Thank you. I love everyone here because everyone here is coming up as an ambassador for financial inclusion in our community in the various ways. So big ups to everyone here, and everyone will win. Yeah.
Thank you, Maureen. And thank you all. I'm not a motivational speaker, and I don't want to ever be one. But I want to share my experiences with people your age, people my age, people older, because we totally really have and share very different experiences as human beings. Mine is a very special one because whatever I tell people, whatever I started at some age, people were being carried by their mothers. So totally different. But I want us to look at this hackathon as an opportunity for us to listen to ourselves once, and listen to that voice in us that always speaks very silently and tells us we are going to win. But because our friends think we are not up to that standard, they tell us we can't win. So we end up not winning because we listen to the louder voices and not the smaller voices that actually speak a lot of sense to us. So how many of you are thinking of not being a part of this hackathon? Somehow they're like, maybe it's going to be some bit of nonsense. Yeah, how many? Like, be honest. Please, tell me how silly it felt like.
Not exactly silly, but I attended some hackathon last year, and basically it was more of wasting time, so I thought it would be the same thing. Yeah.
Don't mention the hackathon, we shall be in trouble, eh? But I know so many waste time, honestly. Well, we don't come from a place of people who waste time, eh? We have no history and no origin whatsoever like that. Instead, we've come from a place where most of the things that people are using have been either as a result of our advocacy or the work we've done directly. I mean, many times I talk to audiences in Uganda and away from our country and tell them that people in East Africa are using social media because of HiPipo. Of course, there are records to that. Eh? The Facebooks of this world, the Twitters, the Hi5s, the MySpaces know who are using these tools first before anyone. But then we were the first brand to create a social networking platform in East Africa, probably even the whole of Africa. And I've not seen any that was like HiPipo, even after 19 years of us running, and even after 10 years of us closing us hours down and saying we shouldn't be running a social network anymore. But we are supposed to be talking about Level 1 project. And the Level 1 project has a lot to do with, who said financial inclusion? Yeah? A team. Marion, Olivia, okay, it was my friend. She's not getting any award, yeah. Marion, you're not getting any award because you're my friend. Yeah, but everyone is. So financial inclusion becomes the end point for all of us. The reason why we do things to do with FinTech, the reason why we're doing a lot of things to do with digital inclusion, making sure people use technology, devices, and internet, is because we're driving towards so many common goals. Some of them are stipulated by the UN Sustainable Development Goals. I hope you all know them. But Sunita talked about the rail that facilitates what will be the most important element of driving towards achieving financial inclusion, and that is interoperability. So who wants to be UTL here? Uganda Telecom. Who wants to be Uganda Telecom? Don't tell me no one wants to be Uganda Telecom. Hey, Maureen. So Maureen is Uganda Telecom, eh? From today up to next week Friday. Eh? Who wants to be MTN? So I'm choosing Comhanj because you're many, eh? That is dictatorship, eh? Sorry. I have to, so Comhanj is MTN, eh? I'm going to tell all these CEOs, eh, after here that you are their ambassadors. Who wants to be Airtel? Zahar? So will someone remind us that Zahara is Airtel, Comhanj is MTN, and Tim Morin is UTL. So who wants to be HiPipo? I hope the cameras are seeing this. Eh? So we've won this one. What's your name, madam? Huh? So she's HiPipo, eh? So we have 4, and then who wants to be Safaricom? That row already has Comhanj. So Safaricom is here, eh? So we have UTL, we have MTN, Airtel, who is Zahara, we have a HiPipo, and we have Safaricom. So those are 5 networks. So who wants to be Centenary Bank? Centenary Bank? Josephine? So someone is going to ask me on the same row. You know, it is Zahara and Josephine. So who wants to be which bank? Who wants to be Stanbic? Okay? Yes, you're Stanbic. So who wants to be whichever bank you want to be? Yeah? Yeah? Who wants to be Standard Chartered? You want to be Standard Chartered? Take it. You remind all of us. So, before you do all that, I want all of you to get your smartphones out. Charlotte, I want you to help us get the link for HiPipo TV and post it in the group. So I want all of us to go live at once. Okay? And then we put our phones up. I don't know where. Okay. Just put your phone facing you. Please post the link. We are live on HiPipo TV and NGTV. But are we able to cast here as well? Okay. So we have HiPipo, MTN, Safaricom, UTL, Airtel, Stanbic, Centenary Bank, Standard Chartered, and whichever bank you want to be. And who wants to be Namikolo? Because what is the name of your FinTech? Agam. So we have a FinTech called Agam, yeah? So Pesa? Yeah? HiPesa. So we have a FinTech called HiPesa. They'll help us understand the match they want to do. Have you got any new devices? Okay. Yeah? Are we all on? Have you got the link? Are you all in the group? So please, let's all go live and put our phones up. We'll go live for about 2 or 3 minutes. I'll tell you when to stop. Just put the phones up, like up, raise them up. No, like it should be facing you. Network. You're going to connect. Are we on? Use your connection. If you're not connecting to this, use yours. After all, we are going to how many are live? Please put your phone up. Please go live. Let's see. So, how does it feel like? Yeah? Have you subscribed? Subscribe. You can even log on from your computer, yeah? So, we're going to do this another time, not so? Okay. Right. Okay. So who wants to speak on live TV? Zahara, come and speak. Yeah? Come and speak to everyone and tell them salam alaikum. Yeah? Please watch Zahara.
Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. CEO. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, everyone. Oh, thank you. I'm very happy to be here in the first place. I'm very excited, and this is my second time. Let's feel at home. We are here for a competition, but to learn as well, to connect, to network. Don't live with people's numbers. The girls, make sure that, the ladies, make sure that you take the gents' numbers and the gents at the same time. So let's connect, enjoy, feel at home. Thank you.
A round of applause for Zahara. If you don't clap, we shall not clap for you when you are here. Yeah. Well, interoperability, right? Please, you can now turn off for now. We shall get back to the TV. So I really want to always use the simplest examples to explain the things we want to do in our lives. So we have banks, about 5 of them. We have telecoms, we have FinTechs. But in everything, we all have phone numbers. And I'm sure none of you can say that we are all on one network. We are on Safaricom, we are on Airtel Kenya, whichever network we are on, right? But all of us have been able to go into the group and access a link at once. Yeah? Yes. And we've all been able to watch another platform all together at once. Do you know what that means? So that means connectivity with no boundaries. It means interoperability. It means that you have access to everything, wherever it may be. Master, find a mic. Okay, cool. So, first bit, we shall understand. For those who didn't understand interoperability, we shall now understand it. So, in the case of having a telecom service or a mobile money service called HiPipo, another one called MTN, another one called Airtel, UTL, and a bank, yeah, called Stanbic, Standard Chartered, Centenary Bank, yeah, and whichever bank, and the FinTechs that we have. Imagine a situation where every one of you, every one of those entities can allow payments to flow freely among them. HiPipo can pay Centenary Bank, pay Stanbic, pay Standard Chartered, pay MTN, pay Airtel, pay UTL at the same rate and conveniently. And then even each of the others can pay anyone the same way, just like the FinTechs. So whether you are 1,000 of them that are FinTechs, whether you are 1,000 of them that are banks, but you're all able to have access of flow of money in real time without having to ask you that, Agam, what is your ID? What network are you on? Right? Thank you. So, Master will start and we shall be having a collaborative conversation going forward.
An interoperable conversation. Guys, good afternoon. Once again, you're high on something. I think it must be lunch, right? Not anything green, right? It's lunch. Good. So, yes, today we are going to talk about, of course, interoperability, which is just exchange of information, right? Exchange of data, exchange of anything. It's all about me connecting with you, then we exchange information, right? In the simplest possible way. All right? That's all about interoperability. We good? Good. So, today I'm using a pointing device. I'm also trying to be wireless. I can press from here and I be easy. All right? So, we're going to talk about the level 1 project. Does anyone know about the level 1 project? Ever heard of the level 1 project? Gentlemen, how are you? You've been lost. You're around. Have you heard of the level 1 project? Do you have a clue? Can you explain something, a thing or two about it? Anything?
Yes, like I earlier on mentioned, level 1 project is basically people coming together, developing solutions that are easily accessible by anyone from anywhere.
Yes, it is about that. And to expound on it, actually the level 1 project is a framework, right, for developing real-time payments, right, and systems which are inclusive of everyone. That's the definition of what the level 1 project is all about. It's a framework, right? And by framework, we mean a basic structure of of an underlying system or concept, or text to serve as a support guide for building of something that expands the structure into something useful. So it's more or less like scaffolds. So you keep on building on the scaffold. So it's a foundation. That's about it. I don't know if you can expound on it He's my mayor. I call him mayor. So Lord Mayor, don't be surprised when you hear the word or the name Lord Mayor.
I have nothing to add on that.
All right.
Yes.
So the Level 1 project is actually an initiative of the Gates Foundation's Financial Services for the Poor program. So it's under the Financial Services for the Poor program, which is an initiative by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. All right? And it's part of the Global Growth and Opportunity Division. So it was initiated by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. So they made some research. We were very broke here in Africa some time back. I think now we are developing, and I believe whatever we are doing is somewhere, right? We're heading somewhere. If I can see about 1 million eyes here, it means that everyone is here to do something, so we are developing, right? So I think they're doing a great job. So what are the objectives of the Financial Services for the Poor program? So increasing the poor people's capacity to weather financial shocks and capture income-generating opportunities. All right? So that is what the program is all about, the objectives, to make sure that these poor people, the underserved people, somehow pass through these hard situations when they have something in their pockets, all right? And, of course, generating economy-wide efficiencies by digitally connecting large numbers of low-income consumers and those that they interact with. So we are good with that? Anyone who has a question about that? So the Level 1 project and the Financial Services for the Poor, is all about creating those efficiencies, which are digital. So we can connect someone about 300 kilometers deep down in the village to someone who is in town. Those people somewhere there have something that they can offer to someone in town. For example, these are farmers. Probably they are selling something, and someone in town needs that something. And that something has to get to town. And if we can digitally connect such people, then it's going to be quite efficient to make transactions in the simplest possible way. So there are design principles of the Level 1 project. One, the Level 1 project is not a software, right? It's just a framework that has guidelines that help us to develop a solution that is actually interoperable. So it's research that is over 17 years old, right? So if you're doing research and development for 17 years, it means that there is something you've realized and you come up with guidelines. So the guidelines just outline a vision of how an inclusive digital financial services system can work for the benefit of the poor people. Let me talk about poor people. Most of the time when we are developing solutions, we forget that this is the biggest number or the biggest chunk of the population that we're having in Africa, and mainly Asia, right? Africa is about 1.4 or 1.54 billion people, and you'll find that about 600 to 800 million people are underserved, right? Whenever we are designing, we think about games, right? We think about things or solutions that actually do not serve the poor people. So the guideline helps us to design such inclusive digital services systems that can work for the benefit of the poor people. And here we can look at the very first design principle, which is the open loop interoperability among all providers, right? So if you're developing a system or a network, it is supposed to be open to everyone. And then because it's interoperable, it means that everyone can communicate, right? So the system should be open to all actors. By actors, we mean those registered startups, the banks, financial service providers, DFSPs and all of that, the digital financial service providers and other service providers in that system, right? Which are both regulated and non-regulated, right? And then, okay, it can be the government, for example. If we are trying to create this open loop interoperable network, we can have the government interact with mobile network operators, mobile network operators nowadays have services like mobile money services, Airtel Money, Momo, and all of that. We can also connect to merchants and then banks. Usually it ends with banks because that's where we're supposed to put our money. Banks have their benefits. And, for example, the government can provide you with NIN, national ID numbers, and of course it can give you the name and probably the village where this person or this kind of business, actually NIN is a personal identification. So if you're going to search for someone, probably you can use the government's database through an interoperable network to search for that. And then mobile network operators can give you, let's say, a phone number, which is an MSDN, or they can give you transaction records and also help you create those ledgers that are networked. And then with the merchant, they can issue you receipts. You can always liaise with the merchants to actually get receipts. So you do not need to pile up all of this into one central database. Why? Each of the participants right there in the network has something to offer. So it helps in security and distribution of particular assignments. Then with the bank, of course, the bank will give you the bank records, and all of that can be done in that one open loop through the APIs. Does anyone understand what an API is? Or does anyone not understand what an API is? Anyone? We all understand what APIs are? Good. All of us? Great. So we look at the second design principle, which is immediate funds transfer and same-day settlements. So in Kiswahili, if I want something faster, how do I say it? Sorry? Yes. Most of the poor people or people who live below $1 or $3 a day want their money haraka there and then. All right? So when you're designing your system, right, it should always support immediate funds transfer. Right? This is someone who needs 10,000 Uganda shillings to purchase tomatoes of 5,000 and something else, and they need to sell right there and then so that they can purchase more, right? That's how they live. Most of the people live just a few meters away from here across the road. You're going to meet those people who live below 500 shillings a day, all right? They're there. So they need their money. So whenever you're designing, it means that the funds are supposed to be transferred in real time. And then, of course, the big players are supposed to get their money at the end of the day. Don't wait for 24 hours to elapse, right? It's a same-day settlement. So it provides that immediate notification of payment from the payer to the payee and transfers funds. We've seen this with mobile money, where someone sends you their 10K, and within less than 5 seconds, you have your message showing you that, hey, the 10,000 has been transferred to your account. And of course, with same-day settlements means that whatever you're designing the system should settle funds amongst participants at least once a day, right? Or on that same day. Like we said, it's very efficient for managing liquidity. So we look at a push payments model. Does anyone understand what a push payments model is? No? AXA must be understanding what a push payments model is. He has done something, right? You know what a push payments model is? All right? So the person who initiates a transaction should always be the payer. I think this we've seen with mobile money. I cannot access your account and withdraw money unless you give me the authentication, even if it is a request to pay. The way MTN works, you read the agent your number, right? Then they send you a message that you're supposed to access a *165 to actually withdraw, or sorry, to initiate the payment. So it is always the payer who is supposed to initiate the transaction. And yes, we've talked about the request to pay in the example of how MTN operates here. And then we look at, okay, that is the payer instructs the DFSP to send money to their accounts, from their accounts to the recipients' accounts, all right? So whatever you're designing should adhere to well-defined and adopted international standards. Why? When someone develops something different from yours, right, you're going to have connection issues. You know, your APIs are going to clash. The handshake, say the way you send information across the networks, is going to clash. So if we can adopt well-defined, clearly defined standards, which are also internationally accepted, right, it will be easy to even make cross-border payments. Are we there? So that is what we mean by that adherence to well-defined and adopted international standards. Mayor, do you have anything to say about that? All right.
So, thank you, Master. Hope you're not dozing people. Maureen, you want to ask? You want to ask me or him? Or both of us?
Okay. So how about when the person receiving the person to receive the payment is to initiate the process? Is that still under level 1 project?
Yes, it is still under the level 1 project, under what we call a request to pay, right? Either way, you request the payer to actually initiate the payment, all right? So it's called a request to pay. Yes.
It is in the hands of you that has to pay to approve that the payment should be made. So imagine a world where any of us here, Sauda, Marion, or whoever it may be, Lona, anybody that wants to pay for utilities like water, electricity, you want to pay for transport, whether an Uber, Safe Border, you want to pay for healthcare bills, you want to pay tuition, rent, you want to pay, who won the first ticket for the HiPipo Music Awards? It was you, the party animal. So, so, I mean, imagine that for whatever thing you want to pay for, you don't have to worry about having a cash note. But you can pay anywhere, anytime, whatever cost you want to pay, as long as you have the money and it is fitting within your budget. Does any one of you have that kind of feel? Have you ever been in that kind of life where you are able to pay with one account, whether it's a mobile money account, whether it's a bank account, but you can pay anyone you want anytime? Yeah? What do you pay for? It's you who said yeah. I want the yeah. Madam, speak to the world.
I'm the one listening.
It is you.
Okay, what I paid for. Oh, first repeat your question.
I say what you I'm not repeating the question.
I just paid for personal goods. Like, yeah, personal goods for girls.
Let me call. What are you saying? Okay. Okay, personal goods for girls. She added for girls, it wasn't my voice. So, but imagine where you can pay for lunch with your same wallet or account. You can pay for rent, for those of us who are renting. You can pay for your transport. You can pay for your utilities, for a hospital bill. You can contribute for Sunita's wedding if she wants you to wed. She told me she's not interested in marrying anyone soon. You can pay Diana for her solutions. You can pay commentary. You can pay Zahara for a service. You can pay Josephine. You can pay everyone in Kenya without having to change your account. Imagine that kind of situation. Have you ever been in that kind of space? That's what I asked Namikolo. So I was asking about that. So you see, I don't have my phone here. But I don't have any cash note on me. Not here, not even home. Why? I can ably spend a whole month without worrying of having to have a single cash note because I can pay using my mobile money account. The only problem is that it is still very expensive. That when I'm paying someone in Kenya, first of all, the exchange rate is high because the vendors, the aggregators, and whoever is in the middle of the business wants to make money off the exchange. Secondly, it is not very transparent that they don't tell me the rate I'm going to pay for exchanging into Kenyan shillings until when I'm paying. That's when they give me a quotation. Third is that the standard rate varies, so you are not sure of how much you're going to pay. When I'm sending 200,000 to Kenya in Ugandan shillings, how much am I going to be able to send to Kenya? And how much am I going to be charged? But at least I am able to use that same wallet to make any payment across to the extent that I can pay someone in the US freely on their mobile wallet. So imagine a situation when one of you here wakes up and creates an email payment solution where, for instance, if it's a business banking hub, right? Sorry. So if the business banking hub, for example, comes up with a solution where you can send someone an email, and when they receive the email, they receive money on their account. Yeah? Imagine those emails, Should I send someone an email now? You people. You people. So imagine when those emails we send, please check this, please review this. Imagine when they become a medium of exchange of value, financial value. Imagine when, do you ever ask someone what network their email is on? Do you ever? That is your email on Yahoo, Google, I keep telling people nowadays I'm also on mobile money as a social network. So if you want, you can always send to my account because I'm active on the network of mobile money. Why? Because it's becoming interoperable every other day. But speaking to the level 1 projects principles that we're talking about today, we are working, and the founders and the proponents of who we are part of now were thinking and imagining a world where that phone that you have can allow you to pay anyone, and you can also be paid by anyone. Yes? And that email address that you have can become a medium of... How many of you have PayPal account? PayPal account? I want to see who has boyfriends in the diaspora. How many of you have PayPal accounts? I know when you have a PayPal account, I know where your boyfriend is. They are not in Asia. Lona, what's the name of the boyfriend in the diaspora? We want you in the boardroom after here. It is a staff room. But you're not kids. You are all guarantee women and men, and you are our esteemed partners. So from the moment when we have this conversation in the hackathon going forward, when we meet anywhere, we are friends, we are colleagues, we are partners in business. Not so? So imagine that situation where email can allow for someone to send money very easily. The same way we put in our subject and the email. So where the email address goes, you put the number or the email address of someone, and then in the subject you put the money, and then in the body you put the reason, and then you press that button. I'm sure ladies know that button. How beautiful it is when someone calls you and asks you what you want to eat. Okay? For lunch. I don't know whether Sauda knows this language. Do you know the language? Sauda, what do you want to have for dinner? This is a phone call. Sauda, what do you want to have? I want to send you an email. with money value. So, interoperability, level 1 projects and everything we are talking about today, and why we're here for the hackathon, is not just to teach you about how to design a platform, because all of you can do, all of you are smart enough. But we want all of you to contribute to building an economy that not only simplifies what we use and create solutions that are applicable and easily by anyone, but also makes it a standard for us to use what we use every single day. Yeah? So have you seen that solution that allows you to be paid via WhatsApp? Have you seen that as WhatsApp money? Have you seen that solution? Have you seen it? Who is on WhatsApp money? I send you money right now. Yeah? Okay. So we have 1 minute to go, so I'll leave Master to close this session. But I'm saying, as we're speaking level 1 project principles, let us imagine innovating around creating seamless solutions that are borderless. Yes? So if all or any of the ideas that you're creating here don't have a mindset of creating a solution that can allow you to stream through anything and make payments or receive payments anywhere, this should be the moment for us to think. So, Sauda, when you're selling pastry and everything, you should imagine a situation where someone can buy cake from Abu Dhabi and buy it for their mother, for their girlfriend, for their boyfriend, and pay you without having to ask them, which network should I send to? Okay? Thank you so much.
So to augment on that, Sauda, you only create cakes that are non-poisonous. When you're sending, there are some haters that might want to send poisonous cake. It's tailor-made for national and international payments. And it's usually implemented by governments, whatever is being developed using the level 1 project principles, design principles. But it's good for us to understand what the design principles are. It is easier for us to actually work interoperably on the system designed by the government. So there are many, but we need to conclude. So we look at that it should be secure, and then probably, and it should be efficient and tiered. Don't ask for, KYC, the amount of information you need to transact with someone or to do business with them, right? It should be broken down into chunks. Don't ask information from someone deep down in the village. Don't ask for a bank account. They don't have bank accounts, right? Yeah, but they have national IDs and they have, let's say, village numbers. Ask for that. If you ask for a bank account, they'll slap you. Yeah, so something like that. So it should be tiered and it should be efficient enough. And then, of course, guys who've been working with MTN nowadays, it has that ability to revoke a transaction. You'll notice it's very expensive and inefficient because they skipped that principle. The transaction is not supposed to be revocable unless in that very, very hard situation or situations of fraud and something like that. Never, because it's very expensive. It's very expensive to track down 10,000. You need 1,000,000 shillings or 10 to track down 10,000 shillings. So with that, as I conclude, whatever we are designing or whatever is supposed to be designed should meet or exceed the convenience, cost, and utility of cash. As simple as that. So next time, if we meet, we'll talk about more of that. But I would love to stop here because my minute is done. I've encroached in another minute or two. Is there any question? Well, I believe you've understood or you haven't understood. Huh? You've understood, Diana. Good. Thank you very much. Madam, you're sleeping. Oh, that's how you look. So thank you very much. Charlotte, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, George. You guys, you don't know how to clap. Mumala man. Okay, better. So I think now we have an idea what level 1 project principles are. Do we? Are you going to include them in your solutions? It's a must, actually. Because, yeah, one of the requirements, if your system doesn't have any of those, you can't even be among the competitors. We would not even look at that solution. So before we go any further, I would like to make a comment on the washrooms, yeah? So usually we have here hackathons and we are always told we are the best, we use that place very well. So this is not going to be the first hackathon where we have issues that side. Is it? So let us try to be careful, let us not cause any mess there, please. It's a request, yeah? We are all mature, above 18, we are adults, so let us do sensible things when we go there. Now, those teams that were listed to be guided, this is what we are going to do right now. I'm going to send, we have, I think we are 5. We are 5. So we are going to send to each team. So I'm starting now. Achievers, you're going to go to Facilitator Simon. You know him. He's there. Achievers. IKEA, you're going to go to Cleopatra. Business Banking Hub, you're going to go to Dorothy. Mama's Daily Cookies, I'll take you on. Boa Pay, you're going to go to Innocent when he comes. I've told him to come. Yeah, so that will leave us with Game Changers, Elite, Hands of Women, Rent Easy, and Chikumi, and Worship as well. So the rest, those that I have not read, that means, doesn't mean that you're good, but I think you already have the element of financial inclusion, so you can go ahead and start working on your problem statement and business case. So each day we are making a slide, a PowerPoint slide. So business case and PowerPoint solution, business case and problem statement is one. So that's what we are going to submit tomorrow. We would have submitted today, but because some teams need help, we are not going to do the submission today. We want all to move on the same pace. That's why we are creating this time to guide you so that we all move along. Yeah, so those teams that I have read, please go ahead and meet the facilitators I've sent you to. Thank you. Hello. Hello. So the submissions, we are going to use a PowerPoint format. You do your work in PowerPoint. Yes? Some of you are asking, use PowerPoint. That's what we'll be using. It is easier during the presentations. Yes. If you have any questions or any guidance that you need, please let me know. Okay, they are going to share what Cleo is going to share what she presented today, and also she's going to share what is expected of us. What are all the things we are supposed to present each day? She'll be sharing. Someone else is asking, are we coming here on Saturday? Yes, Saturday we are here full day, but Sunday we are not. So tomorrow morning from 10 to 12, we are going to present our problem statement and business case. Yes, so use this time to be working on that. At 3, we have a mentor. 3 to 4. We will have a session. Use this time to try to come up with the problem statement and the business case as you were guided in the morning by Cleopatra.
Thank you so much. As you're still getting into the review, and as we're waiting for the mentors, I want to keep hinting more on the problem statements. I want to keep hitting more on the problem statements. I always want to relate with nature. I always want to relate with nature. So, the issue we have is we need to be deep thinkers. We don't need to wake up and you say, I've seen the money. You're like, I was tripping when I was entering a taxi. I have a solution. No. You need to think deep, step by step. You know? When another person has a solution, or you've heard of an idea, what's your idea? So sometimes these solutions don't need, people are pumping a lot of things. The same application is doing the cooking, lending the money, then looking for charcoal. No. At least even if the solution is almost the same, it should be in the same category. You cannot be giving people books, at the same time school fees loans, at the same time lending them scholastic materials. Now what's the purpose of the school fees loan? That is one. Two, people are looking at Muntu Wawansi, which is very good. That person 1 inch, which is very good, but they try to underestimate 1 inch. You get it? I'm going to talk of one item that we discussed. For example, if you're talking about e-commerce for 1 inch, and you're talking about bringing e-commerce to a future phone, USSD, do you think that is very implementable and scalable? I dial *165#, then I see all the categories. Then from the categories I want electronics. Then you drop down flat irons, radios, phones. Then under phones I look for Nokia. Come on. 1 inch will also be stressed, and it does while going through the menu. You get it? So at least let the idea have a focus, and let the journey not be stressful. Then also use experience. How many 1 inches have emails? You get it? So how are they logging in? How are they logging out? And how they find the products? They first go to the chat. I've seen the camera, then they come and start browsing through. Okay. So, for example, the money transfer. The money transfer team. Where are they? Money transfer. Some of the fields that I've seen, for example, in buses, they do logistics. They do logistics. And that is something that is relevantly under-tapped. But it's a bit rare for a Ugandan to wake up and they say they are booking a ticket online. They always go there. But the logistics, they want to send the items. I do think at times partnerships can work in certain instances. So, how applicable is it? Are you getting it? How applicable is it? I've ever told you, and those of you who are new, there was once an exhibition where a team of students were creating light from cold water combined with hot water. Okay? Are people listening? Hands of Women Foundation. There was an event where students were presenting on an exhibition, and they were creating light from cold water combined with hot water. Not so? But when they were giving out their solution, they were defending light. They were defending light. Now, to be sure, how many people want to be cooking hot water and cold water just to see? Are you getting it? And here the solution could have been, it is in the villages where women are giving birth in the darkness, and they need this light, and the resources of cold water, firewood, are already available. You get it? And that's where the solution could be more resourceful. But here we don't need, we don't need it. Do you need it? You want to be cooking. People don't want to be cooking here, to be boiling water just to get light. So how relevant and applicable is your solution? Are you getting it? Who is booking? Is the person booking from the village to come to town, or they are booking from here? These buses are doing courier services. That's under-tapped. Not so Chikumi. Where is Chikumi? You pay? Forest Express. Yes. So, are you creating a mobile wallet? Is a person on the other side receiving this money onto their bank account, onto your wallet, onto... There are questions there that need to be answered. You don't just send money. Who is determining the exchange rate? So, in most of your presentations, you've been beating around the bush, eh? You get it? I don't know how. I want to go downstairs. I'll simply make my journey and I tell you, I'm going to use the elevator. I won't say, when people are presenting, they are doing the, what do they call it? Hesitations. Like as if you're not sure of your idea. And you're like, I think. You've already thought of it. Why do you need to think again when you're presenting? I think. You get it? Go straight to the issue. The issue is we have very many women who are baking but find it hard to find market for their baked products. What are we doing? We're creating an application, maybe, where we're going to get target market for people who are going to school. Are you getting it? These women already exist with their baking groups already at home. How are you digitizing? You can't tell me by, are you credit financing their bakery business or you marketing their products? Eh? You can't tell me by saying that we're providing them ovens. The ovens already exist that you're helping them. They're already using ovens. So are you financing them credit or you marketing their products? And where are you earning from? You know, you could say me, I'm going to be a supplier for those women who are baking at home. So I'm entering the supply chain to make sure that they have their baking material ready. Eh? Don't beat around the bush. These women, you see they are booking and baking mandazi. Now the buvera can give even in hands and we buy. So it is easy at campus to fail to wash for yourself. The solution is there, straight up. You get it? We want very many of you at campus, you're busy to wash for yourself. And there are very many women who are ready. What do? You use the application to book time. Don't beat around the bush. You see now, as the freshers, the clothes in the exam. The problem is washing. Your exams are not an issue. Eh? So someone should book 4. And then how do you sustain? They talked about the value. How do you sustain that someone should really need your app and not bypass you? Maybe you have an office and the women work for you. They wash with, they wash at you're the one who are collecting the clothes, you mark them, they wash them, you return them. Because if this woman comes and works and washes today, I just tell her, give me the number. Tomorrow I call. Will I need your app? Those are things you need to talk about when you're writing your solutions, problem statements, and business cases and the models. Me not to bypass you. You get it? Where is Chikumi? Chikumi, I'm not seeing you, I'm just seeing. So if you will, you need to think of very many things. The security. Does the border guy have to first serve with you? Or you just wake up and you say, you take? You get it? Eh? If you are losing 15,000 per 10 border guys, that's already 150 in one day. And the way people don't want to pay 1,000 that they have borrowed for airtime. So how do you drain it down? The idea is there. How do you make sure you narrow it so that it is relevant? You can have an application that people are not using. It is there. Someone borrows, they delete. You come with the national ID. Na you go border. Eh? Exactly. It should be very well explained in your rent easy. You're backing. What is rent easy? So you see, when, for example, rent easy, bridging the gap between landlords and what? And the tenants. What is that? So what's the problem there? Are you brokers? No. What are you? Gap bridgers? No. So what are you? I'm still trying to find that. Is the rent finders? That is a very long story. So you need to make sure you are straightforward. I know they'll talk about the elevator pitch. You know, how do you convince me to invest in you? You see, even when you're at home, and you want to convince your mom for a loan, you start by the scary part. Mama nine ekizibu. Nti ate chichi mwana wange. But you don't say, you know mama, you know mama, you know mama, first send me money, I'll tell you. No. You go straight to the problem. Nine ekizibu sente zi good day, full stop. Are you getting it? So rent easy. Okay, so Hands of Women Foundation have been guided well. And they have now understood where they need to hit. You know? So, continue refining as you've been guided. All right, so thank you so much. I guess we've been able to enlighten our ideas from the different teams, eh? Okay.
Thank you so much, Simon. A round of applause. A round of applause for Simon. Okay, let us all stand up. Let us all stand up and swing our hands. Let us try to swing. Let us all stand up, please. Up, down. Please make sure that you stand. Lift your legs, your feet, like soldiers on parade. Please let us all do this. Let the blood flow. Let the blood. Some people are static. Some people are static. They can't move. They can't shake anything. Nothing. Please. Okay, let us take our seats. A round of applause for ourselves. Okay, thank you so much. I hope you're having a blast, a beautiful day, an informative day. Yeah? So now, the journey that we have started needs mentorship, needs guidance. What are we entering into? In order for us not to knock, tetwagala tomela. So we have mentors. Today we have a very special mentor. Our mentor today is called Olga Naiga. And please, our CEO is the one clapping. She's a strategic business planning expert. Of course, she knows a lot. She has studied a lot. She's going to tell you all these things. She's going to take us through entrepreneurship and innovation. You're now techpreneurs. Techpreneurs. You're not entrepreneurs. You're techpreneurs. You're CEOs. You're founders. You're co-founders. You're great people. So allow me invite Olga. Olga, you're most welcome. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much. She said so many things. I was wondering, who is that person? And me, I was like, I haven't met her. So just for clarity's sake, my name is Olga Naiga, and I'm going to just take you through something very simple. Yeah, when we're doing innovation and entrepreneurship, all these things, there's so many. They sound so cool. You'll be there and you're like, yes, I'm an innovator. Now there's even a new term. I'm a techpreneur. Yes, and we want to do all those things. We want to do all those cool things, but what are we doing? So mine is I'm going to be available for if anybody wants to have any conversations after or during, for the duration of the hackathon. I will be available, so feel free to reach out. So what I want to talk about is a simple concept, yeah, because we're all designing. We're here to come up with really cool solutions, yes. But who are we designing them for? Do we know who we are designing them for? Because the concept, if I put the concept that I'm saying in the actual terms, it's something called design thinking methodology. Has anybody come across that term before? Anybody? Design thinking is how we put the user at the center of everything we're doing. It's a human-centered design approach. So, I honestly prefer interactive sessions, so my microphone is always flying around. So, what do you understand by this human-centered design?
I think human-centered design is creating a design based on someone's intellectual ability.
You guys, those are strong words. I need to have another try. What do you think is human-centered design? Try. You just try. No, there's no wrong answer. There are no wrong answers, honestly, because we're here, all here, we're learning. Okay. Yes.
Human-centered design is where you involve a user while designing your product.
I love this answer. This is, yeah, I like that answer a lot.
Yeah, I think it's emphasizing with the user, putting your legs in the shoes of the user while designing your solution. Yeah.
These are brilliant answers. Yes, please.
Like they have earlier on mentioned, I think it's designing a product basing on the user needs and requirements.
Perfect. Let's get one more. Then I don't know what's happening on this side. Did that side get lunch?
It is a problem-solving techniques.
Okay, interesting. I like it. Let's hear from a gentleman.
It's the process of designing like products or services to meet the needs of the people who are going to use them.
I like it. I really like it.
I think it's coming up with a product that is in a user-friendly manner to your customers.
Okay, thank you. We're going to take one more, then I will come in.
I think human-centered design.
Sorry, we're too close.
Human-centered design is coming up with a product that is in line with the needs of the users, and at this point you're being empathetic with the user.
I like. They're even preempting my next conversation, but okay.
I think it's building a system that is interactive, that allows a user to communicate with the user interface. Basically, that's it.
There are too many brilliant minds in this room, guys. Wow. Can you give yourselves all a round of applause? Let me keep my things here for a bit. So human-centered design, design thinking is where we put the human, the user, at the center of whatever we're developing. So we step into the shoes of our user. So you develop with the user in mind. Previously, the previous schools of thought used to be like, let's build it, they will come. That's why you go and you say, my neighbor, Mr. John, rears chicken. Even me, let me rear chicken. He has said it's a successful business. That was the previous way of doing things. So you end up finding that the whole village is rearing chicken, but there's no successful chicken farmer. Why was that? Because everybody just said, John rears chicken, I will rear chicken. Yeah? However, now with human-centered design, you go in and say, who am I rearing this chicken for? You say, Olga. What does Olga like about chicken? She says, I like chicken eggs. What does Olga use the chicken eggs for? She makes Rolex. Yeah? So what does she need to make Rolex? She uses flour and eggs. So now when you're rearing your chicken, you don't only just rear the chicken, but you also get involved with the flour producers. Yeah? So you now create a whole value chain for her, because guess what? At the end of the day, you're creating for one Olga who is a Rolex maker. Yes? So human-centered design, when we are doing it, it has 5 steps. And one of the steps, the very first step is empathy. There's someone who mentioned being empathetic. And what do you understand by the term empathy? Let me get my microphones. Let me come. There was a shan that, as in this side now, got some energy. I'm excited. Huh?
Empathy means putting yourself in someone's shoes, feeling for them.
Perfect. I couldn't have said it any better way. So honestly, she has mentioned the right thing. We can't add on to that. Honestly, we just cannot add on to that. So how do you put yourself in your user's shoes? What, if you will, what are you designing?
All right, we are coming up with a system that is going to help motorcyclists to get fuel on credit and pay later after they have worked.
the mic. So you are designing a product for motorcyclists. Give me the actual persona. Give me an example of who that motorcyclist is.
Actually, personally, where I come from, my neighbors are motorcyclists, and I also use motorcycles, so at least.
A profile of the ideal motorcycle rider that you're solutioning for. Give me the name, the age, the sex. Name, age, sex, what they do, what they like to do, what they don't like to do, how many family members they have, do they have children, do they not have children. Create for me a persona for that.
All right, let my colleague maybe say something about that.
So we are looking at a boda rider who is in Kampala.
Give him a name.
Peter. Peter is about 25, 26 years old, and he has a family of about 3 kids, and his main job is being a boda rider, and he approximately gets 20 to 30,000 every day. Yes, as income.
What challenges does Peter face in his everyday work?
So Peter faces a challenge of the cash flow imbalance, I would say. So when Peter gets 30,000, as I've earlier mentioned, he has a family that he's going to take care of, and he has other personal needs that come up. So you find at the end of the day, he has spent all the money that he has worked for in that day. So coming to the following day, he has no startup money for the fuel, because all they need is fuel, and then they can generate more income. So you find Peter cannot afford to get fuel for the next day because he only works to sustain himself for today. So we are coming up with a solution. We are looking at Peter, okay, you don't have money.
Can I pause you there?
Yes, sure.
We're stage where you're telling me about Peter. I'm not yet ready to listen to what your solution is. Yes, so I want another team. Do we have any volunteers?
Thank you, but we are not volunteers.
What to give us a
Oh, okay.
Sorry, we're too close. The volunteer is who's giving us a persona about their business, what they're working on. That's what I meant.
Okay.
Yes.
My name is Robert. Basically, I have a story. Innocent has been working in Kampala, but she has got a job transfer. She has been transferred to Mbarara. Now, Innocent has no idea of any ideal residences in Mbarara.
All these Innocent. Give us.
Innocent is 32 years old. She's living in Kampala, and she's been transferred to Mbarara. Innocent has no idea about any ideal residence, any safe ideal residence in Mbarara. Now we come up with our application. We want to help Innocent find an ideal residence in Kampala, and on top of that, in Mbarara. And you know the costs of relocating are a bit high. Sometimes landlords ask for a payment of at least 3 months. You pay for the next 3 months before you enter the house. So those costs are always too much. So we help Innocent cover all those costs and then make...
Please help me not get to your solution yet. I want you to tell me more about your user. Tell me more about Innocent. I'm hearing the challenges of the high cost, of the high transfer costs and everything, moving costs. Let's keep it at that. I want to know more about your user, because at this point we are stepping into the shoes of our user. Yeah? So, yes.
Okay, thank you. Innocent is someone that is earning less than 400 shillings. 400 Ugandan shillings. 400,000 Ugandan shillings. Okay, 400,000 Uganda shillings per month. And she has to cater for her kids. She has
How many
to cater.
kids? You didn't mention the number of kids. How many kids does she have? How old are they? Do they go to school? Where's their father? Does she have extended family? Give me
Actually,
that
she's
nitty-gritty.
a single mother, so she's catering for her 4 kids. She's catering for the mom in the village. On top of that, she has to cater for herself and her residence. Yes.
The front benchers now have ideas, you guys. I was thinking it's only the back benchers, but please, whatever makes you comfortable.
I stand. Okay. My user is called Patricia. She's a woman about 30. She's frustrated. She wants to begin up her business.
Tell me more about Patricia before you tell me what
Okay. Yeah, Patricia recently went through a divorce. So her parents gave her some money to start something because she's 30 and she has no husband. So like, have this money, go start something. Patricia has very many challenges. Where she was working before, she was assigned to go and open up a business account, and she found it very, very hectic. Yeah. Do I need to say more about Patricia?
Why did she need to open the business account?
Because every business needs an account.
What business is she in?
She was in real estate. Yeah. So she was assigned by her boss, because it was kind of starting up, to go and open up a business account for the business.
Patricia's education level?
Patricia, she has a degree in music, dance, and drama. Yeah.
All right. What challenges is Patricia facing?
First of all, I'm looking at the business banking part. Patricia goes to the bank, she enters, there's a long queue. So she waits, she gets there, she talks to the bank, like how they call them. I found the word officer on their table, the bank officer. So they're like, oh, what do you want? I want to open up a business account. They're like, okay, you need these forms. They're like, form what? Form, certificate this, certificate that. You need to call the owners of the company. They need to come and do this themselves because we need them to sign themselves. She's like, wow, okay, this is a lot. Yeah, so she found it very challenging. And then she had to go to URSB because the company didn't have some certificates. So she had to go and again do all that. And then they told her to hire a lawyer to finish the whole thing because it's a business banking thing. Yeah, so she ended up finishing the process in like 4 weeks.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Now I know more about Patricia. Okay?
Thank you. Ours is called Amoding.
How old are you?
She's 56.
Okay.
She's a woman, a mother.
How many children?
8, but the whole family is a total of 15 in terms of size. So they are like cousins and aunties who have just come to stay in her home. Her husband is old, he's on pension, so he does not earn money. So she has to sell things in the evening at the village market to make money for her family.
What does she sell?
She sells maize.
Okay.
She's from Bokedia district, and one of the main crops that they grow there is maize. So every season she sells at the market. Yeah.
Thank you. Do we have any more person who wants to give us a persona?
Yeah, ours is called Campus Worship Cafe, and my user is the campus students.
There's no user called the campus students.
Okay.
A name, what course they're doing, how long they've been on campus, because they could be perpetual campus students, honestly. You've been on campus for the last 10 years. So make it more specific.
My user is Charity. She's doing a bachelor's degree in medicine, and she's in 5th year. She has weekend calls she's having, at the same time doing the research, she's so busy, she has very many courseworks, and she's putting on clothes, so she needs laundry. So this is where the application comes in play.
Do not need to hear about the application right now. I want to hear more about Charity.
She's busy, she doesn't have time to do laundry, and she's 24 years.
Is she in Galloway or still, or is she in Galloway or hostel?
She's in hostel.
How far is the hostel from medical school?
A bit far. I don't know whether a mile. I don't know how to calculate those distances, but
no. What I'm with all these questions, what I'm getting at is, do you know your user intimately? Yes? That is what I want you to get to. You are able to tell me she actually wakes up and has a bread and a boiled egg for breakfast. Then at lunch, she usually skips lunch because she's doing rounds in Mulago, and then she'll mute your mic. Thank you. Then at lunch, at dinner, because between rounds, she'll go to Chikumi, pick up a Rolex, get that will be her lunch. Then on Sunday, she wakes up, goes to church before going to rounds. And in all that time, she is unable to wash her clothes. Yeah, and she has to make sure that her lab coat is immaculately white at every day when she goes and she's doing her rounds. That is that depth that you need to get to when you're understanding your user. When you're empathizing, that is what you do. You literally become your user. Yes, because you are designing for you the product, all the products you're designing, you are designing them with a particular person in mind. You cannot say that, oh, all campusers eat chicken. Who is that campuser that eats chicken? Yeah? Even when people say that, no, but everybody goes to KFC. No, not everybody goes to KFC. Yeah? So there is a particular person and type that goes to KFC. So you need to ensure that you actually understand who is that person, who is you're designing for, and is that person, do they represent a good portion of the population that you have? When you create your product, there will be market for it. If you find that Charity, let's say the medical students, and you discover that Uganda has 12 medical, okay, this is a hypothetical, 12 medical students, yeah, who are facing that problem. Does that make sense for you to continue to put energy and thought into your solution if you're only designing for 12 people? Or you go to another place where you discover, no, the population for these people are 48,000. Yeah? So that is where we're going with this exercise. It's not just fun for us to hear about the different personas, but that is where we want to go. How do we define our user? How do we empathize with them? So that is honestly the first step of design thinking, empathy. And how do you empathize? You step into the shoes of your user. How do you step into the shoes? You become your user. Yeah? So you actually understand who they are. You actually wake up and this is Patricia, this is what she does every morning. This is John, this is Peter, this is Olga, this is what they live for, this is the challenge they have. Once you have gotten to that and you are able to clearly articulate who they are, the next thing you do is understand what their problem is. So all the people who were mentioned their challenges, but I would like to hear a well thought out problem, yes? And these problems differ. I want you to think about it in the sense of, we all have, for all our different solutions, give me proper problem statements, define your problem. I want to hear the demographic. How many people are being affected by that problem? Where is that problem being faced? What percentage of the population is being affected? And again, I am not yet at solution. Do not bring your solution at this stage. I still just want to hear more about your problem. Over to you.
Okay. Let me first give you a brief about our persona, then the problem. It is a girl. She's called Shalik. She always drinks with her friends. Yes, she's a Muslim. And this time she goes and visits the boyfriend in the hall of residence.
How old is she?
She's 23. She visits her boyfriend in the halls of residence, and since she was drunk, she goes unconscious and she is raped. So our main problem is lack of confidentiality or fear for the young ones or the youth to go to the places of the healthcare centers, since they are afraid of being judged of what they are. I am a Muslim. How can I be checked and they see that I was drinking? What will they talk about me that I am raped? How will I face the people that I have been raped? And another problem maybe is Shalik would have wanted to go to the hospital to buy condoms, but then she's afraid how will she be looked at when she has gone to order for a condom. So those are the problems that we are working on.
Okay, keep the mic. Please keep standing because I'm going to ask you a few more questions. When you are defining your problem, I'm going to ask you why 5 times. Yes? So I want you to answer my whys all the way till we get to the 5th. If anybody wants, they can count for me the 5 whys. So we'll start with your second problem. Why was she afraid to go to the health centers to buy the condoms?
Because she is afraid of the people around judging her. Yes.
Why is she afraid of the judgment?
Maybe because...
when you're defining the problem now, you stop the maybes because now you're understanding, you've understood your person. Please, you can share amongst yourselves. This works as a team.
Okay, she's afraid of judgment because she's a daughter of a high-profile sheikh.
What does being the daughter of a high-profile sheikh have to do with it, with her fear? Why is she afraid? Because when people find out who her father is.
Well, the fact that he is a well-respected religious leader in the community, people are going to hold her in high regard. They're going to see her as an example. We all know this in society. They tell you, be like so-and-so's kid, be like so-and-so's child, you know.
Again, I ask why the fear? Why the fear of the condemnation of being seen as the sheikh's daughter is actually in the pharmacy buying condoms? Why that fear?
Because according to the Muslims, and actually even born-agains, sex before marriage is a sin. It's fornication. So if they discover that if you're not married and you're pregnant and you have all these things in your system, you're going to be looked at as a loose woman. You're going to be stigmatized by society. You're going to be slut-shamed. I think that's the word to use.
Yes, the fear for slut-shaming. Why is it there? Why the inherent fear for slut-shaming? This is the last why.
Okay. To protect, they want to protect their reputation, so they don't want it to be, what is it called, defamed.
Okay, so now we have, that is the root cause of the fear for defamation, yes? So is that part of the problem you're solving? Is that well clearly articulated in your problem statement? Because initially you spoke of just the fear for buying condoms, but that is not what it is. The problem is much deeper than the fear for going out to the stores and buying the condoms.
In our problem statement, we mentioned, we talked about stigma and judgment. That is what we talked about.
The second problem was the fear for buying condoms. None, sir. So now that, in essence, that is not even the problem. The fear, now you have one problem, the stigmatization. Yeah, so you now go off from saying we have 2 problems we're solving, it's just one, the stigmatization. So now you're looking into things which are going to involve a mindset shift, a societal shift. that it's okay for a woman, a girl, to go to the store and buy condoms and not be slut-shamed and looked at in a way that she is less than or she's unworthy of having this. Yes? Do we get the gist of this whole exercise? Do we have another person willing to take the microphone? Please, help me hand. Okay.
Yeah, I will also first give a brief. So I have a user Ismail.
Old is he?
I have a user Ismail, 43 years, an executive director of a herbal clinic in Kagadi.
Okay.
So Ismail has a car. He's traveling from Kagadi to Kampala. He has not been in Kampala before. He has a meeting with fellow herbalists. So he's ashamed of his car being dirty. So now he's in Kampala. He doesn't know where he's going to get a washing bay to wash his car. He lands on a signpost along the road. He's confused where the washing bay could be. He doesn't know exactly where the washing bay is. So he thinks maybe because there is a signpost, he could move around and could land on the washing bay. So Ismail moves around. In the due course, he has used a lot of fuel. He has wasted time. The meeting is about to start. He's already late. So he gets confused. He doesn't know exactly what to do. So that is Ismail's problem. So my problem statement is difficulties in trying to locate washing bays.
Can I ask you a blunt question?
Please do.
Have you walked along the different streets of Kampala to find the washing bays? Not the city center, honestly, because if you found one in the city center, we'd all know that Jesus is coming back today.
Not all, but as you move around, you could land on a signpost that is maybe having a washing bay name.
Yes.
But not sure where it could be. So you just have a signpost and you don't know where the washing bay is.
Okay, perfect. So now, please go to your problem.
So my problem is difficulties in locating washing bays that has led to wastage of time and fuel for car owners.
Why is it difficult to locate the washing bays?
It is difficult because the available method of locating them is manual. It is non-direct. You just see a signpost, you just see a poster somewhere, but it doesn't give you the exact location and whom you should contact to get to the washing bay.
Honestly, all the signposts that I have of washing bays, I usually have 0782 345. Even if the guy is telling you, now turn left, turn right. But you have something there, yeah? Why is it manual? Why is the method of locating the washing bays manual?
I could say it is manual.
Not I could say.
It's manual just because it's the available way people really think maybe it could be done.
Have you heard about Google Maps?
Yeah, I have, but then it would be complicated. You are still doing it your own way.
Okay. So if it's the available way that is being done, what are the alternatives? Why are they having only that as the alternative? Can they use other alternative means?
Yeah, they could. They could use some alternative way, and
you are starting to come to my side without knowing it.
The alternative way they could use is the solution that we are trying to come up with.
We're not yet at solutioning. Let's skip.
So here there is a young lady.
What's her name? Name, age, all those things.
Here there is a young lady called Flavia. She's 27 years old. She had an idea of starting up a business since she was like 25.
25, she had an idea. I really would like to start up a salon, a beauty salon. But she kept on trying, but she couldn't raise enough capital to start up the salon. And so Flavia, in those 2 years of struggling to start the salon, she's like, she's going to give up on her dream of putting up a beauty salon. So Flavia is like, hey, where am I really going to get mine? And even the people around, they say, but you girl, you really have good talent. You know how to paint hair. Eh? Why can't you start up something that will be yours? Eh? But Flavia has the skill, but the capital. And hence that brings us to our problem statement, which is limited capital to finance women entrepreneur businesses.
Why is there limited capital to finance women businesses?
Now, that limited capital, that problem she's facing is because she doesn't come from a strong background, like you inherited something. The only thing she has, it's a degree of like economics, maybe, let's say. And to get money, she has to first be employed, of which she's not finding any employment opportunity to get some capital that she will use to start up her business. And she's more talented in the beauty salon stuff more than where she got the degree of bachelor's in economics. So that's why.
Why is she unemployed?
Why is she unemployed?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. First of all, she's unemployed because she wasn't good in school. But everyone knows that maybe for someone to get something of their own, they have to be having a degree. It's a degree, they have to be having maybe some academic document. But she wasn't all that in school. Maybe she just graduated, like, like, yeah, here there is a pass, but she had maybe second lower, so she escaped narrowly. And she's not good at that stuff, but she's really talented in beauty salon stuff.
Why is she not employed in the beauty salon sector?
In there?
In that industry. Why isn't she employed in that industry?
My friend is going to add on.
Okay, please.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. So, our solution.
We are answering my wives. No,
okay.
We are not at solutions.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. In Uganda, and most of us here in Uganda, we would like to be self-employed, not employed by other people. Because in paid employment, you earn less, and it's very difficult to be motivated to do more. But here comes, she wants to start her own business, and she has the skill set, but she doesn't have the capital.
And my question remains, why doesn't she have that capital?
The capital?
Yeah.
She has no source of income, the source of income.
Why doesn't she have a source of income?
Okay. As she said, she has a bachelor's in, she graduated, she has a bachelor's, she has not found a job, but due to the vocational trainings that the government is providing, she went and acquired that skill, but she doesn't want to be employed by another person. Due to the skill set she has, she wants to have self-employment.
Why does she want to have self-employment?
Because in self-employment, first of all, there is increased growth. As you're motivated to do more, the more you earn more profits, it's the more you are motivated to go more in the business.
Let's pause there. I'm still coming back for you. I'm just hoping that everybody is still engaged, because I'm hoping that by asking these questions to the different groups, we are all picking up something. Yeah, because when you get to this stage, you need to ask yourself, why am I doing this? Yes? So we're not doing this exercise because it's fun for me to ask people so many whys. No, it's not because it's fun. It's because I want everybody to actually think about it. When you're defining your problem, are you asking yourselves? And how this works is if you're in a group and you're holding each other accountable. Yes? So you ask yourselves the tough questions such that when you go out there with your solution, you know it so well that nobody can ask you a question that phases you. Yes? So you are able to break it down for yourselves and understand, get to the root cause of what it is. Why we do the 5 why exercise is because you need to understand what is the root cause of my problem. What is the root cause that I'm solving? Yes? Sometimes you see, no, this solution, this example doesn't work. We build, there's so many things you'll build. You'll find that someone has built an app that helps you count your steps, and it's standalone, yeah? And that app may not have as much traction or many users than the app that has a more holistic approach to health. Yes, so that is where we're going to. We're trying to understand why. What is the root cause? Why doesn't she have capital? How is it that she got good at the skills? Why did she fail to do the traditional way of schooling? She has a bachelor's in economics. Why isn't she using it? Why? Because when you get to the why, and you actually get to the root cause of the cost of penetration, this is a hypothetical final why, is the cost of penetration into the beauty industry is high. And even if she worked for 10 years, she may not be able to afford the money in a go, because every day she keeps saving. Yeah, she'll make savings, but it will take her, let's say, 20 years to actually be able to go and buy the equipment she needs and set up what she needs. Yeah, so you are cutting down that time that she needs to achieve her dream. So that instead of achieving her dream in 2050, she is able to achieve it in 2023. That is why I ask all these questions. I don't ask it because I enjoy seeing you guys passing the mics around and struggling. No, it's so that you guys understand why are you doing this. What is that root cause? Because so many times and the reason I don't ask for solutions is so many times we fall so in love with our solutions. Yeah, and this is my super app. It does everything. The question is, why do you need it? Did your users ask for it? Yes, so you build it, you spend 5 years in research and R&D, you have all the software developers working on it and everything, but at the end of it all, you fail to sell it because you never got to understand the whys, you never got to understand who is going to use your application. So, I'm giving you permission to just sit, as in, but you're on the right track. We were getting there. Yeah? So it's all good. So when you finished identifying and defining your problem, the next thing you have to do is to actually come together as a team, because you now know what the problem is. So you come together as a team and you start brainstorming. You come together and say, okay, these are the different ways we can give her capital. And which is what you're trying to do in this hackathon. Coming together as a team and brainstorming literally, saying, no, should we create a fund? No, should we give out grants? No, should it be loans? No, should it be this? And you now come up with the different ideas in which your solution will work. I know right now people have solutions, but I'm hoping that even when you're thinking about it now, you are able to go back and say, should I rethink some of this better? Should I do this differently? Yeah, because now you work as a team. You can't say that I'm one person, I'm the most brilliant person. As in after Solomon's wisdom, it is me. I'm the next brilliant person in the whole world wide. Because it doesn't work that way. Yeah, so what you do is you sit in your team and listen, because all ideas are valid. Yeah, even that person, usually in teams you'll find there's that very quiet person, who, unless you ask, I don't know, you look like you might be the quietest person in your team. You're sure? Let's hear. Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Is he sure? Are you guys sure? Does he talk? Does he say anything?
He speaks, but occasionally, not anyhow.
You see, even you could spot that he's the calm and quiet person in the team. But you know what you do? Even you give the people who are calm and quiet a chance to speak. You give them a voice. You let them have an avenue to speak. Even if they take like 2 days to get back to you, say, please help me with your name, as in you're going to become my example.
My name is Sajay Rashid. Sajay Rashid. Yeah.
He wrapped the name, such that you don't go back to him. So you find that you have Rashid on the team, yeah? And Rashid will have brilliant ideas. But if you are always, because you'll find a team that has very loud people. I'm looking for someone who looks very loud. Yeah, but you have like you'll find a team that has, help me with your name?
Elizabeth.
So you'll find a team with Elizabeth, and Elizabeth is loud and everything, and she's always talking. Yeah, she has brilliant ideas. Everything she's doing, she's talking. Yeah, so you fail to give Rashid a chance. Yeah, and teams have those people. You'll find that there's always that one person shouting on top of their voices of, no, my idea is brilliant. This is what you are going to do. And you ask Elizabeth, but Elizabeth, have you listened to Rashid? She's like, no, but he didn't say anything. No, that is at that point, you pull back and actually say, because you're all a team. You pull back and say, we are going to do this together. You listen to each other. You give everybody opportunity to talk, to listen, to bring in their ideas, because there are no bad ideas. There are ideas that they need sharpening. They are not bad, but they need a little framing along the way. So, and I'm a strong believer that iron sharpens iron. So you bring an idea, he brings an idea, then you can build onto both ideas, or 3 ideas, or 4 ideas. So that's what you do. You go into a state of brainstorming. Yes, so everybody brings their ideas together. You sit with this one. We can't do it in an exercise because it actually requires you guys to know. You know how you walk into some spaces and you find all the walls covered with sticky notes. Yeah, people are putting their ideas on paper. You write your ideas and everybody gets heard. So it is at that point that you come up with, let's say, 7 brilliant ideas. But you cannot execute 7 ideas at the same time. Yeah, you may not, and usually it's because there's a constraint in resources, in time, in your energy, honestly. So you start narrowing it down of, okay, we have 7 ideas, which one is the most feasible? Yeah, you start ranking them, slowly but surely. You go in and you rank and say, okay, of all the ideas we have, all the 7, number 6, yeah, seems to have the most possible outcomes. It seems to be more viable. So you rank them. You say 6, then number 2, then you rank all your ideas, and you're like, yes, you have that in place. So when you're done with your ideation, and everything that we're talking about happens in a group setting, you cannot sit down and say, I have brainstormed by myself. How do you sit and say, can you brainstorm by yourself, as in please pronounce for me this. HiPipo. Yeah, how do you sit down and say, me, in HiPipo, I have come up with a brilliant idea. I've brainstormed, I thought about it, I sat on a council of me, myself, and I. Yeah, and the 3 of us we have come up with this brilliant idea. If you do not involve your teammates in that state, you will, along the whole journey, you face challenges, because how do you come up with an idea, and you say it's the most, and it can be, but she will have something to contribute to it that will make it better, and she'll have something to add to it that will even make it better. Where every time you talk about it, it becomes better. It keeps getting better. So you work together as a team in the brainstorming stage. So I said design thinking had 5 steps. First, we started with ideation. We started with empathy. Which one's the second one? Perfect. Which was the third one? Perfect. So, but if we're using the terms they use for design thinking, the first is empathy. Then we define, which is defining the problem. The third is ideation, where you basically come and bring together your ideas. So the next step is that part I think you guys would enjoy the most. Yeah? Prototyping. Yeah? So this is where you make your mock-ups, you create your whatever it is, whether you're creating a website, whether you're creating something out of cardboard, whether you're creating a customer journey, whatever it is that gives an almost like the actual product, because it's just a mock-up.
Yeah, that is what you create, you prototype. And guess what? You're prototyping based on how you ranked your ideas in the brainstorming. So if number 7 was let's create a website, you go to Wikipedia and you create your website. Then you see, you create a mock-up of it. You do not just, or you go to WordPress and quickly create a dummy website, if that was your solution. Yeah? Sometimes you may not even do all that. You could go to ChatGPT, put in, and have a mock-up of what it might look like. Yeah? Or sometimes you may not even go that far. You go, get paper, pen, and say, this is what my landing page will look like. When I move from my landing page, it looks like this. And you're using paper and pen. And if you're really creative, some markers. You put in some markers, crayons, and it's the way you want it to be. It is a mock-up of what you want your actual solution to be. But in all this, you want something that is going to be fast, because you do not want to spend a lot of time prototyping, because that is where we mostly fail. You want to create the right prototype. It needs to be perfect. It needs to be, it needs to have no bugs, nothing. It's well thought through. Who asked for that? Yeah, you had your user. Your user was Patricia. Your user was John. Take to them immediately. You've done with your prototype. You go into the next phase, which is testing. Take them your prototype, as imperfect as it may be. Take it to your user, and very fast. Yeah, let them be the ones to test it for you and say, you know what? I like this idea of yours of giving us, helping me resettle in a new district. However, this is missing. This I see. With what you're providing me right now, when I get there, I still can't access. I still don't know where the market is. So now you know. Okay, she needs to find a market. Yeah. Or you say that there is something that I can do to. I can put. Let's say I'm creating a delivery app that delivers condoms to girls at university. Yeah. Then you do that. You give them a mock-up, and they're like, but still, everybody sees your red bag when it's coming to my room. Yeah, and it also brings me so much attention. So now you have to change, because you had a brilliant idea of let's do door-to-door deliveries. They call us, we deliver. Yeah, and now you figure that the delivery is also not working for them. It's not giving them as much anonymity as they would have liked. Yeah, or you're trying to find all those different solutions. The moment you get to, I want to believe that the longest phase are the first 3 stages. Yeah, when you're empathizing, because spend time doing that. Yeah, spend time empathizing, spend time getting to know who your actual user is. Spend time defining your problem, understand it well. Know how many people in the country are affected by that problem. Know how prevalent is it. And even when you're looking at your problem, there are usually things that, analogies that make sense. And we are in Uganda, so you're going to tell me, but we don't have this, but bear with me. One is a shark bite kind of problem. We all know if a shark bit you, chances of you surviving are 0 to none. Yeah? And we have a mosquito bite kind of problem. Honestly, if someone says for them they've never seen a mosquito in Uganda, I tell them they are lying. So you have those 2 kind of problems. And now frequency matters. Because if you're solving a shark bite kind of problem, that means it's impertinent. Yeah? Let's say you're trying to solve, one of your solutions is finding a way to cure HIV/AIDS. Do we need that solution? Yes. Do we need it yesterday? Yes. Yeah? And that's a shark bite kind of problem. Yeah? And what makes that even better, a better problem, is the frequency of that is high. So you want to have something which is shark bite and with a high frequency. However, if you have solving a problem that, let's say, the meteors that fall from the sky, the meteor rocks, they hit the people and people die. Yes, and it's true, it's a big problem. How often does a meteor fall from the sky and kill a person? It's very, very minimal. And has it happened before? Yes, perhaps it has. Like maybe once every 50 years, 100 years. Is it a problem? Yes. But is the frequency high enough that you need to solve it? No. It's a shark bite kind of problem, but with a very low frequency. Yeah? So, if you are in a room with a mosquito, yeah, it's a common problem, mosquitoes. If you are in a room with just one mosquito, is that room uncomfortable? One mosquito. The people saying, yes, I want to see you. If you're in a room, this room, and there's one mosquito, is it uncomfortable? Is it uncomfortable being in a room, one room, this whole room with one mosquito? No. You'd survive, by the way. You could probably hide yourself in that corner and the mosquito will never get to you. But if you are in this room, yeah, and we're looking at mosquito because the size of the problem is small, yeah? It's really mosquito, yeah? But if you're in this room and it's filled with 1 million mosquitoes, I can assure you you're better off sleeping outside, yeah? So now you need to understand what kind of problem is it. Is it a shark bite with low frequency or high frequency? Is it a mosquito size kind of problem with low frequency or high frequency? So that helps you determine. So again, that's where you spend the bulk of your time when you're in the process of coming up with your solutions. I know we have solutions, but take time this evening, think about it. Yeah? Then you get into the brainstorming session, and along this whole stage, you do it as a team. You never do it alone. Yeah? You work as a team. So, FinHub, what have you so far learned? A little bit. A little bit. Just indulge
with. I've learned how to narrow down the problem, and that was from one of the facilitators we had in the morning. Oh, you're saying from you particularly?
My session, as in I know the morning facilitators were awesome, but this is the point where I'm also a little into myself.
Well, like presenting the problem, and then through the wise questions that you've been questioning the pre-current speakers, those wise questions could enable us address and know more of how we should address the problem.
Stage of design thinking is that? What stage? We said we had 5 stages. Yeah. Do you remember which stage that might be?
Yeah.
Which stage is that?
That is human-centered.
Pardon?
User-centered, like...
What we said, design thinking, human-centered design thinking has 5 stages.
Yeah.
Empathy, define, ideation, prototyping, and testing. So when you're asking the 5 whys, which stage are you at?
Which stage? It's ideation.
You guys, I'm going to go home. As in, no way. I've been laboring, nothing.
It's defining the problem.
Okay. Yes. But on the second try, I'm hurt. I'm very hurt. Yeah? So we go through those 5 stages. Yeah? If you forget anything that I've mentioned today, remember the 5 stages. And if you forget the 5 stages, remember the first one at least, empathy. Because that is where you get to know who your user is. Yeah? So you get to know your user, and how these stages work is they're iterative. Yeah? So even when you get to prototyping and you realize that there's something wrong, you can quickly go back to even defining. If even defining you find that there's still a problem, go back or start the process again and go to empathy. Yeah? So it's empathy, define, ideate, prototype, test. Yeah? Or stand in the user's shoes if you don't want one-word things. Stand in the shoes of your user. Understand the problem of your user. Define that problem. Brainstorm the potential solutions to your problem. Test. Come up with potential solutions. Test those potential solutions and go back to your user with your user. Every time you're working with your user. So if you are working for the girls, the young girls university, do not go any step without working with them. As in, sometimes I think about the examples and I'm like, is it politically correct? Then I have to stop myself. But I was in some office where we're working with the youth. But the youngest person in the room was 65. And I kept thinking, are we still working with the youth in mind? Yeah? Are there youth in the room? Because you're solutioning for the youth. But there was no youth. So even when you're brainstorming, try to bring in that person, yeah, into the room. The person who meets the criteria, who you came up with and said that this is the girl I'm working with. Try bringing the person who embodies that person, yeah, into your testing, into your brainstorming. See, yeah, because sometimes what you don't want to do is fall into that fallacy of this solution is the best. Yeah, you fall in love with the solution because you were at home, and then you had that eureka moment. You woke up, went to the bathroom at 3 a.m., and you said, you guys, I have found $1 million solution. As in, no one in Uganda can beat this. Actually, no, not Uganda. East Africa. Then like, no, not East Africa. Africa. Then like, no, guys, no. The world. This solution is perfect. Yeah? And now even when you come to your team and they're telling you, but we could change this, do this, you're like, no. This solution is what is going to win the world. As in, this is how we are building that spaceship to Mars. And even when they ask you, do we need to go to Mars? You're like, no, we are going to Mars. Why? We are going to Mars. So that is what you don't want to fall for. Don't fall in love with your solution, because solutions change with every single day. Today you might wake up and you think the best solution is telemedicine, for example. The next morning you wake up and you're like, no, the biggest problem is malaria testing. Let me test for malaria and I get the solution before that. Then the next morning you wake up and say, you know what? There are more malnourished children in Africa than anywhere else. So solutions change. But if you understand the problem and know who your user is, that is what matters. So that is what I have from me. If there are any questions, I'm willing to take them. Yeah, thank you.
No questions for her? You understood everything? Wow. Wow, we should give out an exam.
I was asking, from the 5 steps you have given us, must it be followed that way, or you ensure you have all of them as you work on your project? Sorry?
It is honestly advisable to follow those steps because it is sequential. You cannot say that you're prototyping before you have empathized with and found out who your user is. It is sequential and you need to follow it in order to get the best result. If you changed it, I honestly doubt that you'd still be following a design thinking methodology. Yeah? It's better to follow the sequence because each one leads into the other. Unless you get to the end, and now you're going backwards to see maybe I missed this here, maybe I missed it there. But initially, follow the sequence.
Okay. Second question is, we are working as a team, and probably I am very good at empathy, my colleague here, ideology, the other one like that. Can we then think on my area, his area, her area, and then we combine all of them to come up with... I
want you to remember that you're working, yes, as a team, but you have the user, yeah? So you have that person who you are solving for, yeah? So that is the person who knows everything. You as the team, you don't know everything. You can't say that I'm good at prototyping. Yes, you could say that someone's good at prototyping because they'll probably be the software developer and everything, and they will help with that, yes? But in empathy, all of you move that journey. When you're defining the problem, move that journey together. When you're brainstorming, move that journey together, yeah? So that, and even at prototype, you may not be able to do the software. You may not write code. But when you see the end product, then you say, can I switch this? Can this work differently? Yeah. Any more questions? None. Charlotte, we are done. Hey, we have one more.
Thank you very much. Now, beyond the testing stage, for example, you have a product in the market. What are some of the strategies or things you're supposed to put into consideration, the strategies, how you maneuver? What are some of the steps?
Once you have tested and your product is successful, yeah, now you go into things like your marketing strategy. You come back to the drawing board again and say, what is our strategy? Where do we want to go with this? How do we go from, do we want to be in Uganda? How do we scale to Nairobi? How do we scale to Tanzania? How do we do that? That is now, but it's all dependent on successful market testing, yeah? Because then you know the demographic you are working with. So you need, if testing is successful, that adds other strategies of your growth plan. What is it that you need to do? Now you look into who are those suppliers you need, the vendors and everything. That is all the whole different ballgame, yeah? But that would mean that you have successfully launched a product in the market and it's doing well, yeah? Well enough to be able to start scaling, yeah? And we are working with digital products, yeah? At least I do believe that everybody in here is working on a digital product, which means scale is very, very possible. So now it's how do you get your code registered? If you're doing something that needs regulation by the Central Bank of Kenya, how are you getting all your ducks in a row to make sure that your product is approved by the Central Bank in Kenya? How do you get it to be approved by the Central Bank of Rwanda? And all those things, yeah? So now that's why you actually put in all the hard work, because the first thing, getting your product to the market might not be hard, but scaling and staying relevant in the market, that is where the issue comes in. Yeah, so that's where you start the real work.
Imagine a scenario where you've already gotten a problem statement and it's actually happening and you've talked to the people, but then, as you said, they interact with your system, let's say, and their requirements change and you've already done the prototype, but there's a new requirement that suits their needs that they want you to implement. I would need guidance in that basic area.
Then you probably did not have your user at the center of it all when in the beginning, because you went and prototyped and everything, yes? So by now you need to go back. You go back and now brainstorm more solutions, come back and have another prototype, give it to them, let them test it out. That's honestly that I know, and you'll say prototyping is expensive. We've already spent 4 years doing this. How do we do this? How do we keep doing this? But that is what is required, yeah? Because otherwise you're going to have a product that's going to end up sitting on shelves. No one's going to use it. So you go back. You do the reverse. You go back into brainstorming, yeah, and then you prototype again. There's no shortcut there.
My question is kind of similar to hers. At what point do you iterate?
You iterate the moment you hit roadblocks. The moment you see that even your prototype is not working, go back and say that might not be the right prototype that you are supposed to be developing. And the roadblocks is not, I faced a challenge, I may not know how to do this. Not a challenge that is not caused by your own lack of, let's say, knowledge or experience or anything, yeah? Something that stops your whole project. The moment you hit a wall, yeah, and a wall that is not of your making, iterate immediately. And the whole point of this is to do it very, very fast, yeah? Once you've gotten into brainstorming, do not spend more than 2 weeks in prototyping. Yeah, do not. As in, 2 weeks is long. If you can do it even under 5 days, do it. Yeah, prototype in 5 days, move on. And yes, you'll be like, you're just talking from here. You don't know how many hours it takes us to write code. And I do not want perfect code. Do not write perfect code. Yeah, have your bags. Yeah, bring it to people and say, by the way, it might be glitching, and this is a prototype. I'm not asking you for I'm not bringing you perfection, but I need you to make this better for me. We are testing this product. Yeah, make it as there was a startup. Their main business was to sell shoes. Yeah, that's what they wanted to do. They're called Zalando. So Zalando, they didn't have them, and how they did their mock-up is you go to Bata. You borrow a pair of shoes from Bata. You know how you be there and you're trying on shoes? They wore both shoes. Someone took a picture. Then they went to WordPress and put the picture of them wearing the shoes that they were wearing from Bata. They hadn't even bought them, just to see if somebody was willing to buy their shoes. And guess what? People said, I want the shoes. So now they went to Bata, bought the shoes, sold them off their website. You see? So until they had enough money to actually make their own shoes and sell their own shoes. You do not have to make prototyping expensive. Yeah, do not sit and spend hundreds and hundreds of hours writing code to make it perfect, and yet someone's going to come back and say, like similar to our problem of, but this is not what I want. You know, because then it hurts. You're like, I've spent 2 weeks every day. Like your days even have 30 hours. You know how everybody's normal day has 24 hours, but your day has been having 30 hours. You wake up, you write, you wake up, you work, and everything. And then someone comes and says, but why is your landing page blue? And you're like, and that's your user. Your user does not relate with the color blue. Simple. And they will not use it. Yeah? So now you go back and so make it blue, pink, purple, whatever color they want. Do it fast. Yeah? Move really fast in that when you're in those stages. Yeah. Any more questions, or we are good to go?
Supposing your product is already on market, it's with customers, it's with various users for the platform. What are some of the worst business scenarios that you should watch out for? And what are the preventive measures you can put in place? And in case you've hit that point, what are some of the strategies? Maybe from personal experience, if it's there, yeah.
Give me a good example, because you're making it too abstract. I'm losing track of what that question is. Make it more, say it as it is.
Imagine you already have a product on market. It's with users. It's receiving. It's with users. People are using it. People are paying for the solution. You're already a player in the market. What are some of the worst business scenarios you should watch out for? Then what are the preventive measures you could put in place to prevent such scenarios? Then in case you're in that situation, that worst situation, in case you're in that situation, what are some of the strategies you could use to get yourself out of it? Yeah.
Mute that mic. I like that question. One is something that nobody likes to hear. How do you go into a room the way you are as a team and devise strategies to kill your business? Yes. Because you know why? When you do that, no competitor from the outside can be able to do it for you. Yeah? The one is, this is what Kikumi does, yes? And how do I kill Kikumi? Yeah? That is one of the strong, and nobody wants to do that because we all are passionate. These are our babies. We don't even want to think about that. Even in real life, nobody wants to think about their death. Nobody, yeah? But does it eventually happen? Yes. So how do you kill your business? You do an honest SWOT analysis. Yeah, what would actually kill your business? Yeah, if you are a player and you're coming in and you're doing mobile money, yeah, how do you outcompete MTN? That is key. Yeah, how do you do it? And what ways can MTN come and kill you in an instant? Yeah? Because we all saw how Leica came into the market, how Orange was in the market. They could not survive because they, in my view, and this is just a personal view, they were not ready to, they did not know how massive a player MTN or Airtel were. Yeah? They underestimated, they played on price. They're using, Leica's data, honestly, was the best thing that ever happened on this in Uganda. You know, the cost of data, amazing. But guess what? Leica is still struggling. Do you know why? Leica can't reach everywhere, yeah? And they need MTN's masts and everything. Okay, not even MTN, UTL, yeah? So MTN can afford to do Gaga on Wednesday and basically underprice you for those 3 days. And you can't keep going lower and lower because at some point you just cannot. Yeah? So how is it that you stay relevant? Understand who your biggest competitors are, how they can come for your business. Yes? And also be willing to learn. Eh? So if you start out today and you are, what does your business do? What does the startup do? What are you doing?
Chikumi is, okay, we have a Chikumi vendor's debit card where customers can come and make payments after buying maybe tomatoes, yeah, from the market.
Okay, that's good, yeah? You have that. And that's what you're doing today. But are you willing to actually, at the end of the day, create more than just a debit card, yeah? Are you willing to have an API that connects to like MTN, the MTN rails or something, yeah? Something that may be totally different. Today you're working with market vendors, but what about if tomorrow you're actually working in the refugee camps, doing something completely different, staying relevant? We all know the Kodak, do people know the Kodak story? Remember we all had, when, yeah, this is just going to show our age, but oh well. We had, at some point we had the Kodak moment. Yeah, everything was Kodak. Yeah, the cameras, everything. Because you'd go, take your pictures, print them, and take them to the place where you print them and all that. Then you come home and you go home and you have all those albums filled with pictures. Are there pictures, do we still do those pictures as much these days? No. Do you know Kodak was one of the first people who they talked to move to digital? And the Kodak management, this is even a case study. They came in and said, you guys, everybody takes pictures and everybody wants to print their pictures. It's the Kodak moment, yeah? Why would anybody want anything other than the Kodak moment? Do we still have the Kodak moment right now? No. It is your ability to adapt and adapt very fast, yeah? We did not have the internet then. Now we're moving on to 5G. Yeah, even before we can actually understand what 4G, the benefits of 4G. But we're now moving to 5G. And it's a good thing. But do not be stuck on your technology that uses 3G. Yeah? Move with the times. If we are 5G, make sure you are well positioned to work with 5G. Other than that, you will be eaten up by the competition. You need to stay relevant. That would be my responses. I hope it answers you. Thank you. I think my time is honestly up. They're about to chase me out from here, but I'm around. If you have any questions, anything, please feel free to reach out. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Olga. A round of applause, really. I feel like that's even not enough. Thank you so much, Olga. She has given it all, like the vibe, yeah? She was so energetic. Tapoye. Like from the beginning to the end, I was telling Innocent, oh my God, isn't she exhausted? Like she had to listen to all your solutions, guide you. But I really I'm very sure now I'm looking at the real techpreneurs, innovators, like the real ones. Now you really know what it is that you want to do. I'm sure some of us, we are not sure who are our target audience. Yeah? Even me, I learned something. Was it designing for humans? What were you designing for? What were you designing for?
Human-centered design.
Human-centered design. Wow, I really love it. It was so beautiful. Right now, we're actually coming to an end, but I would like to invite Innocent, and Innocent is going to introduce us, our special Moja Loop lead facilitator. Innocent, you're welcome.
Hi everyone. Are we still happy? So now if you're not listening to us who are Africans like you, we are adding to the color. We're getting someone from the lands of the King of Britain. Right? Anyway, we have someone else. Sorry, we have to keep you here longer. Those of you who have been here for the last hackathons, you've been getting related to Sam. Sam couldn't make it this time, so we have someone else who you should make use of to learn a lot to do with the Moja Loop. And most importantly, I don't know how many of you know, but finally Uganda is going to have its first ever national payment switch. Kenya is working on central bank digital currency. I'm sure you know about it, Babe. Tanzania, we're working on Tanzania instant payment switch. Rwanda is doing the same thing. And many of these solutions are leveraging Moja Loop and the level 1 project design principles. So for those of you who are business people, for those of you who are engineers, for those of you who are just here to learn a thing or two, so Moja Loop might be one of those things you might really need to understand. Why? Because it's a blueprint of the level 1 project, but it solves a lot of the problems that we would want to solve in creating very, very, very seamless payment solutions. Starting from interoperability, security, I mean very many things that you're going to witness, and for those who have been a part of it. If you have questions from last year, now it's not just a few of us, it's not me and Master. We also have Paul Baker in the house. He just arrived. I thought he would stay at his hotel today, but he wanted to come and meet you. Aren't we blessed that way? Yeah? A certain way. So, for everything we want to learn that we are not able to share with you, or for the ears that some people hadn't opened yet, especially from a tech point of view, please make use of his presence. Yes? Make use of his presence. Sunita, starting with you. For any one of you who wants to add to whatever you know in terms of your career, we might have an opportunity that by the end of 7 days, you are an architect. So you can guide anything technology, whether you studied computer science, IT, or not. Because this field is no longer a place for people who call themselves programmers. No. I'm a programmer myself, for those who know, but I have seen people who are not programmers by education, doing programming better than those who have degrees and PhDs. And why not you? How many of you are not programmers? I know a few. So why are you saying you're not programmers? Yet we are here learning. So if you're not a programmer, I can tell you, starting today, that there are a lot of chatbots, a lot of AI tools. I was told, what is the app called? Snapchat. Who has Snapchat on their phones? The women, yes. So there is ladies should have Snapchat. Yeah, every woman, yeah. Me, I don't have it. I don't need it, yeah. But everyone who has a Snapchat, there is an automated chatbot, not so? So ask that chatbot to write for you a code this evening about how you can make an interoperable payment solution, yeah, code that pays to 7 networks at once. Ask it and see how amazing AI is. I am not saying you should go and learn how to code. No. I am saying when you want to be a business manager, for instance, when you see that code and see how it flows, you'll get an idea. You'll know what to ask for when you meet a programmer. You'll know how to tell your people that these things are not hard. You are the ones who are making it so hard for us. We can get it done in a day. Why? Because technology has moved to places now where we can comfortably say we can sort many of the would-be challenges that we couldn't back in the days. I remember in 2009, 8, whenever we wanted to render a 3D video, it could take us a minimum of a month to render 3 minutes. Today, on this floor where we are, there are a number of devices. Your computers can actually do that. So please join me with a very, very heavy hand clap. To welcome my friend. We sit on a number of committees, but though virtually most of the time. COVID took away the face-to-face meetings, but he's very amazing and extremely knowledgeable about things to do with part of the reasons why we came here. So make use of his presence. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. So I almost didn't get here. My flight was cancelled, so I'm a day late. But I'm glad I arrived just in time. So I'm really happy to be here, and it's a privilege to be here, to be able to share my knowledge and share the wisdom of Mojaloop with you guys. So I'm really excited by this, and I'm hoping to learn a lot from you guys. So I hope you learn from me, but I also hope to learn from you. So I'm really excited about the week that's going to be coming up. Okay, so I put together a little presentation. I did it on the aeroplane, so I hope it's going to work. We'll see. This is not at the beginning. Yeah, presentation, and we got, okay, there. Great. There we go, introduction. Quick introduction into what Mojaloop is and what PISP is. And this is from my perspective, so it's not the official one, but it's how I see Mojaloop. So it's a very personal account in some ways. By the way, I'm part of an organization called FinTech, and what we do is we've been supporting Mojaloop for years, and we help other people build capacity in Mojaloop because we believe in the vision, we believe that it can change the world, and we want to help other people get that done. So this sort of exercise is exactly what we do. Okay. I wasn't here earlier, but presumably you have had a talk about the level 1 principles. Is that right? Yeah. So the level 1 principles is really the start of the brilliance of Mojaloop. So Mojaloop is a level 1 principle aligned hump that's been designed to support financial inclusion. So it's a reference implementation of level 1. So let's put it this way. Level 1 was written together as a dream of how the world could be, and yet nobody was building it because they had vested interest in it maybe not working out like this. So the idea was to go out and build one and show that it could work. So Mojaloop is a real world hub that demonstrates that level 1 principles can in fact exist in reality. And why is level 1 important? It's because of these reasons. We're trying to get the costs low and the cost transparent, and the reason is we want a switch that can support low value transactions. Something where you could buy an egg, you know, or something of small value, and it's not going to be too expensive, and it's not going to, you know, the cost of transaction needs to be relative to the size of the transaction, and it needs to be adding value and not taking away from value. And that's what the whole banking industry has not given us yet. So this is something new. We haven't got this yet. And then the second most important thing is we want to do it without risk. You know, this is a real-time payment switch. If you think of fraud, imagine in banks nowadays there's time to say, oh no, that wasn't my transaction, please stop it. Real time, you can't stop it. It's gone. The money's gone. It's like handing over cash. So it's important that we manage those risks properly. So it seems almost impossible at this stage, by the way. How are you going to make it cheap and without risk? And then the other thing we want to do is we want to allow everyone to have an even playing field. So all different types of organizations. So banks get access, but so do MFIs, so do SACCOs, so do mobile money guys. They get the same level access. In fact, the way we separate access out is about the type of use cases you support. So there is in a way, a discrimination, but the discrimination is a functional one. It's like, do I want to provide services to the request to pay or bulk payments, or, you know, it's really about what you're prepared to support rather than who you are, which is how it should be. The word we use for that is ubiquitous. So we want access to be everywhere and fair. And that's really what the level 1 principles have been designed for. Another view of it, banks, MFIs, SACCOs, mobile money, a whole lot of different organizations. Those we call DFSPs. You probably had this term said to you already, digital financial service providers. These guys have got accounts. So in other words, you have an account with one of these providers, and you deposit money in. They've got certain responsibilities from being a financial provider in terms of regulation. They need to know their customers. They need to look after your money. They need to be responsible, and there's checks and balances. And really what Mojaloop does is connect them together. So it allows the mobile money to transfer to an MFI, to a SACCO, to a bank. And that means that payments no longer become a problem. Anyone can pay. Pay anyone from anywhere. But now what we're doing in this hackathon is we're going to be talking about PISPs. And PISP really takes it to the next level. It means that payments you don't even need to be one of these guys to manage your payments. You could just be a FinTech. So that's really what this is all about, is how can FinTechs be able to participate in this payment network? And if we start to think of it holistically, I mean, it starts off with things like Google Pay or Apple Pay on your phone. Those are FinTechs that allow you to pay things. But you could take it a lot further, and you could build in payment mechanisms into the software that you're using. So you could have delivery logistics management solutions with COD, cash on delivery. When they sign the bottom line, the money goes. You know, you pay the person immediately, and it could be built into the system that's driving the logistics. You know, so we no longer need to be dependent on banks to do the payments, or to be separate from the software that you're providing. And that's really what we're going to be talking about later on during this week, is the sort of things we can build from FinTechs. Okay. And then, so how is this possible? I mean, I've been sort of painting this dream about risk, no cost, reward, and really, it's hard to say because the devil's in the details. Mojaloop has, from the ground up, been built on the level 1 principles. Whenever there was an aspect that they were putting in place that didn't follow the level 1 principles, they said, no, we're not going to put it in. They said, we stick by the level 1 principles and we're going to build on top of those when we build this. And the result, so in other words, its brilliance is in the detail. So it's hard to explain. It's hard to say this is why Mojaloop is brilliant. And I'm hoping that the more you guys work with it, the more you'll realize that that is in fact the case. So it starts off with how they design the transactions, push-only transactions, all the transactions based on a simple P2P use case and all the other use cases built on top of it. And also the responsibilities of the participants during that transaction, the different phases, and that in fact the payee organization has the control. Settlement and clearing, about how they settle funds between the organizations, and the fact that you need to put your money up. So if you have different organizations that previously maybe didn't trust each other, we're talking about sort of mobile money and banks and SACCOs. They don't necessarily have a trust relationship. How are they going to trust each other in this payment mechanism? And we say, you put the money up front, and then the hub will make sure that the money gets to the right person when the transaction happens. So there's a very clever settlement and clearing mechanism. The security is layered and layered and layered. It's very cleverly done, and it means that this is inherently secure from a design point of view. So it's a little bit like cryptocurrency without being the crypto, without having any of the problems of crypto. And then governance, the governance around, the governance is all about empowering people within the organization, within the community. So governance here, I mean as PISPs or people as participants within the scheme, you also have a say in the governance of how it runs and how it builds and where it goes. And that gives long-term longevity with the whole scheme. And then open sourced. Open source means that if you get unhappy with the person who's running it, you can get someone else to run it. And that means that you don't end up with vendor lock-in. So vendor lock-in is a big thing in financial industry where a vendor puts a lot of time and effort to build an infrastructure around banking, and then they charge high rates. And everyone has to pay the high rates. It becomes very expensive, and it stops financial inclusion. So by just having it open sourced means that fundamentally it's much harder for people to say, you have to pay my high rates. So in other words, rates needs to be, that they charge needs to be relative to the effort and the value that they're providing, which means it's fair and it's equitable. So that doesn't mean that there aren't rates, and it might not be expensive in the beginning, but it does mean long term it is a good solution. Okay, so then I'm just going to talk about the 3 phases of the transfer. I'm sure you probably heard of it before, so I'm just going to do it again. So this is one of the brilliant pieces of Mojaloop, only one. There are lots, but basically, okay. So let me start by explaining what I've got in the diagram here. So I've got the payee FSP, the payer FSP, and the payee FSP. So this is the organization which you've got an account and you want to send money from, and you want to send it to another person, which is the payee, and they're in a different organization. So how does that happen? And really, one of the brilliant things about Mojaloop is we don't do it once. We do the same thing 3 times, and each time we're doing different important pieces of information, and we check them in both directions, end to end. So the first one is discovery, and the second one is agreement. So discovery is we check that the person has got the right account. We check where the account is, and then we check that they've got an account and that they can transact. So we do that validation end to end. So you can't send money and it doesn't go to an account. That's impossible. We check that before we do anything. Okay. And then on the agreement phase, what we do is end to end, we then specify the amount that we need to transfer, and everyone can check that they can send that amount and that they can receive that amount, and that the right KYC checks are done in place, and we can also calculate the fees. So we can tell you exactly how much that transfer is going to happen. And then this is the powerful thing that Merge Loop does, is it then goes back to the person who's doing the payment. And he says, he said, this is the person who's going to be receiving the money. So this is not the account information I sent. He said, this is the name of the person who's going to get it, and you can check it. And the other thing is, this is how much it's going to cost you. That's really the crux of Mojaloop. And that's before you've done the transfer. You haven't done the transfer, no. But you've set it up using discovery and agreement, and now we're going to do the transfer. And then you say, yes, that is correct, please go ahead. And then the transfer happens. And it happens in a two-phase commit style, which means no one can lose money and all the different systems add up an account. So that's simply Mojaloop. That's the introduction to Mojaloop. But before we continue, I want to just talk about what it means as a payer organization and as a payee organization. So as a payer organizations, you're collecting funds in this transfer, and you need to make sure that you've got funds available to send it through Mojaloop. And what you're saying in this commitment is you're saying, please use some of my pre-funded liquidity, so some of the money I put up front, please use it to send this payment to these other guys. That's really the transaction that's happening. And then on the payee side, the payee is actually at risk here because they're giving the money out into the network. They haven't got it yet, but they're going to give it. And they're going to give it based on the promise that they're going to get the money through the Mojaloop. Does that make sense? So there's a trust from the payee FSP into the Mojaloop system that they will get paid for the money that they release. So that's just how FSPs think about it. And now I'm going to scale it back because everything inside Mojaloop is based on those same ideas. So that's the fundamental use case in Mojaloop. And now when you talk about how does the PISP do this? And that's what we're going to be building this week. So the PISP is not the payer or the payee, but a third FinTech provider who's going to be initiating a payment. And fundamentally, they need to build up a trust relationship between the payer FSP and the PISP. So they build up this trust relationship based on a person and a certain level of scope about what they can do. And both the payer bank and the PISP agree to those terms. And then what that means is that the PISP can ask the payer organization to send the money. So they don't actually send it. They request the payer DFSP to send the money. And that's why there has to be a trust relationship. If there isn't a trust relationship, it's not going to work. And then the payer FSP asks about the terms. What is the discovery? What is the agreement? The payee FSP does a whole lot of checks, and then those results come back and get presented through the FSP, the PISP, in the same way. The person who's going to receive the money is this name, and this is how much it's going to cost. So we're getting the same results of the power of modular. Remember, those are the same questions we had before in the P2P. But now the FinTech's doing it. And that's a real power here, is that the FinTech is doing it. And then the person, the client, gets to decide whether to go ahead or not. Nothing's happened yet. And they can say, yes, I accept the terms, and then let's send the money. And then the funds gets dispersed. So we have those three phases happening in exactly the same way. It's just we're using this trust relationship between the PISP and the payer FSP to disperse those funds. Yeah. Okay. How are we doing time-wise? Are we good? Okay. Okay, so it's a lot to take in. So I hope you're all following. You got questions? Yeah. Yes, so PISP stands for sorry? Service provider, that's right. Oh, I forgot for a second, yeah. And so that is the FinTech. So that is the company, a PISP or the FinTech is an organization that doesn't have a bank account with a person, but is initiating the payment and has the relationship with the client. So has got the app face with the client and is talking to the client. So if we go back to this view, you see they're getting the information on who to send the funds comes from the PISP on the initial request, and then we go back to the PISP organization. So think of like Apple Pay. You link up your accounts, and then you use that mechanism to begin that transaction. The way we see it is a little bit different to the way Apple Pay works right now, because we think it should come back and not just do the payment, it should actually tell you the fees. So it should come back and let you know how much the fees are going to cost in order to be able to make the payment. Sorry? The payee on that side. No, that would be, that wouldn't be a FinTech. That would be your the SACCO, the MFI, the bank, or the mobile money. So the DFSPs, and that's the payer DFSP and the payee DFSP. So this is the sender of funds. This is the receiver of funds. They need to have accounts, because otherwise how can you get the money without an account? So we're sending money into an account. So the payer FSP has got an account, and the payer FSP is the organization that has the account. So this could be a mobile money wallet, and that could be a bank, and this could be some software that you guys come up with that then will transfer money from the mobile wallet into a bank account. It's important. Are there any other questions? Yes.
Okay, thank you. Does Majaloop have a level of customization? Because it being open sourced, it means I would get the source code and then use it for something else, or customize it and then pose risks to the end users. And if it has a level of customization, does it have any kind of rules? Okay, how are users safe with its level of customization?
So you make a good point. We don't actually have full control because it's open source. So people can take it, they can customize it, and they can use it for what they want. And they don't have to follow the level 1 principles if they do that. We don't want to support that. Well, we want to support people using it, but at the core, what we do inside Merge Loop always has to follow level 1 principles. So what you're saying is possible, but not always a smart thing to do for someone. And I'll let you know, because if you take on an open source project and then fork it, and then start making it different, and then the main branch moves on and gets mature, then you have a lot of effort that you need to do to get your stuff up to date. So what you're saying is definitely possible. People can do that, and yeah, it's a little bit like we hope everyone's going to be responsible, but we can't enforce it. So so there are some checks that people need to put in place, but because of this core system that has been maintained by the world, in fact, it's not just one country or another country. This core switching software that is getting better and better and better and being maintained and sort of expanded. To stay on that bus, you need to use it as it is. And you need to contribute back into it rather than fork it and do something different. Does that make sense? So we hope in the long term it will make sense for people to use the system as it's designed, rather than trying to do something else. And to have to get out a merge loop switch or a switching software that isn't safe will kill the scheme, because it's very easy to lose your reputation by having people lose their money. You know, it won't be allowed to continue. So although it's a possibility, I think in practice it doesn't make any sense to do it that way. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Somewhere you did mention that just like blockchain, just like crypto without being crypto. So that got me thinking, what are some of the advantages of modular loop over blockchain?
So we use a blockchain mechanism to, we call it an ILP, and this is one of those brilliant pieces of modular loop that you find out when you dig into the details, is the payee organization builds up a cryptographic receipt, well, cryptographic set of conditions that it passes through to the payee organization. And then the payee, when it looks at the terms and it accepts those terms, it's against those terms that were presented cryptographically right in the beginning. And then when the payee organization releases the funds, they return a cryptographic fulfillment of those terms, and that releases the money. It means that once they've done that and they've sent that to the switch has to pay them because they've met the conditions. So that's the part that is crypto. The part that isn't crypto is crypto can't scale. Crypto uses a blockchain mechanism which gets bigger and bigger and bigger. So for us to have a payment network system that can work at low value transactions, it needs to be quick, and there's going to be, you know, millions and millions and millions of those transactions happening. And crypto isn't fast enough. So, and it's just too costly from an energy and infrastructure point of view. So by design, it can't solve this problem, the crypto. Yeah.
Okay, well, my name is John Vianney, and I'm building an investment technology. Okay. So sometime back, me and my friends were trying to, in fact, I'm very happy I have someone from Mojaloup. Because sometime back, me and my friends were trying to build a payment system that is cheaper for people that are trying to do transactions online, businesses as well. I assuredly tell you this, we spent 2 weeks and failed to play around with Mojaloup. 2 weeks, we could close ourselves in the room and get out with other solution. So my question is like, do you guys provide support to developers that are trying to, in case we fail anywhere, I'm trying to develop a payment system around Mojaloup, can you provide support, technical support to people like me? Mm-hmm.
I certainly do.
Okay.
I'm not. I don't come for free. I do charge, but absolutely, there are ways of doing it, so because Mojaloop's an open source piece of software, in some ways it's not finished. It's not those banking products that you can buy off the shelf, and that sounds like something's wrong, but it's not. It's done on purpose, and the reason is Mojaloop is designed to fit in with what you want. It's not designed to work this way. You know, so most systems, when you buy off the shelf, they only work in a particular way, whereas Mojaloop isn't that. It's designed to work the way you need to for your country or your solution. So to make that work, there's little pieces that need to be built out and put together to make it fit. But definitely interested to help you out to get there faster. That's exactly what I want to do. So I'm not always talking to the right people, but I'm glad to be here so I can at least talk to you and help you get through there. So you can get lost in Mojaloop. There's a lot of detail, but there are also ways of getting going quickly. There are solutions out there, there's standardized solutions out there that do work and you can just deploy and use. So there's a mix, there's a bit of both, and it's improving every day. And what we hope is when people get interested in it, they start adding to the community. So the way to think about Mojaloop is it's not mine, it's not a particular person's or particular group, it's everyone's. You know, so if it's not quite what you want or you need it to work in a particular way, you know, there's a process that you can go through to make it work for you. You know, there's governance boards and there's a way to do it to influence what it becomes and how it works and how people connect it. But definitely interested in helping you get a bit further. Yep.
Yes, so I'm asking, like, is the integration of Mojaloop into our FinTech projects a must or it's option?
Sorry?
Is the integration of Mojaloop into our FinTech apps compulsory or it's option?
Sorry, is it?
Is the integration of Mojaloop
yeah,
into our FinTech applications a must or it's optional?
A must or it's optional? No, it's optional. You don't have to be a PISP. You can just be somewhere else. But I think that's what we're talking about here in this hackathon. You don't have to do payments. You can ask people to pay you through regular channels. But I think what we're thinking is by allowing payments to be done in your software, we are... Yeah. Okay. Oh.
Yeah, and yes, it's a must.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yes, for this hackathon, yes. Okay. No. Was that your question? You mean for the hackathon? Yeah, yeah. No, the whole point of this hackathon is we want to build as a PSP, we want to build an interface where you can make these calls to set up terms of a transfer, and then accept those terms, and then sort of manage the communication with the client. Yeah. Okay. But you don't have to be at the hackathon, so you don't have to do it. That's
Thank you. Does Mojaloop enhance or support the conversion of normal currencies to stable coins? And if it does, then how?
So, I'm wondering how to answer this correctly. So yes, it does. Mojaloop is multiple currencies, and it doesn't specify exactly what the currency is. Okay, so it could be a stable coin, but it's not. It doesn't come like that standard out the box, so there's been many people who've used Mojaloop to do forex. So what you're really talking about is foreign exchange. You want to go from one currency to another currency and deliver. So you want to start off with money in one currency, and you want it to go into another account in another currency.
In addition to that, can it also be used to build a stable coin in addition to the conversions from one currency to the next?
I think what Mojaloop does is it manages the communication between the payer and the payee FSP, and there's something that's at the moment it doesn't exist yet. Guys have done it before in a different way. But now we're formalizing it as part of Mojaloop. But at the moment, there's a special interest group that are discussing how to do forex in Mojaloop, and it essentially ends up with two transactions. So you end up with another provider here, which does your forex conversion, and you end up with one transaction from the payer to the forex in one currency, and you end up with another transaction with from the forex provider back to the pay FSP. And that's how you would manage a sort of a conversion to a stable coin. But the system doesn't worry about the technology. So it doesn't worry about stable coin. And Mojaloop will never build a stable coin generation. But that doesn't mean you can't do it. What you need to do is your Forex provider, which is not part of Mojaloop, but someone connecting into Mojaloop, would offer that service, a conversion into stable coin. So there would be another entity like a PSP connecting into Mojaloop. There will be a stable coin provider connecting into Mojaloop, and they will be able to do the conversion and then transfer money in stable coin. So it is possible within the design, but it needs to be laid on top of what's there. Yeah.
Okay, my question is, what if I have, like, let's say, work in the US and they're using payment platforms like PayPal, but for now, PayPal, if you create an account here in Uganda, you can only be able to send money, but not be able to receive. Can Mojaloop act like a bridge for me in case like the company I'm working for, which is based in the US, is paying out using PayPal? Can I use Mojaloop to act as a bridge to be able to receive that funds, since it has restrictions on receiving, some countries cannot necessarily be able to receive money via PayPal, but they can send. So can I use it to be able to receive money if I'm being paid using PayPal, using Mojaloop?
There have been there's lots of discussion around that in the Merge Loop organization. The short answer is yes, but it depends on how you do it. So what a lot of these payment mechanisms deal with is they concentrate on sending the transfer side, and that's easy to do. You can connect it in. What we do is we've got another. Instead of you paying to a pay FSP, you pay to something called what we call a cross-network provider, which looks like a pay FSP, and they can receive the funds and they can then send the funds into the other network. So it essentially connects PayPal to Merge Loop. The tricky thing and the thing that is often not discussed is how does settlement happen? How do we make sure that all the people in the chain get paid properly? And most existing payment systems that go across network use the banking systems to do the clearing, and the banking systems are normally quite expensive. So you end up paying for it later on. So a lot of effort has gone into how can we do it in such a way where we keep the cost out of the system. So, but a straight connection is possible. But if you think about it, if this is your PayPal provider that you're sending money to, who's going to then send money in PayPal, they've got to have some money that they can send, because they're only going to receive this money later on. So they need to fund it, and they would need to have a charge for it, and how that mechanism works. That's where the complexity is. From a technical, sending the money through is not the hard part. That can be done quite easily. It's the settlement side of it, and getting all the parties to agree and to be happy with it is where the difficulty lies. Okay. Any other questions? Okay. I had more slides, but I think they're probably better for later, so I'm going to stop now. That was really interesting. Thanks. Okay.
Thank you so much, Paul. Another round of applause for Paul. Okay, so Paul is still here with us. You still have him. You can ask him all the Moja Loop questions that you have. And yeah, the systems that you're designing, you really have to incorporate Moja Loop. It is one of the requirements. If you don't have it, you're not even considered. Even if your solution is so beautiful, you're not going to be considered. I would like to apologize for taking another hour. We're supposed to start at 4, but it was some special requests that we honored. So now we have come to the end of our day today. Let us remember, find time, go on social media, share, and tomorrow we keep time. Can come and by 7 be here, start working on your solutions, avoid the jam. Oh yeah? Any questions? I don't know, Nicholas, would you like to say something? Okay, Nicholas has nothing to say. You have any questions about tomorrow? Or they have shared the slides that you are asking for, the template, the slides for today. You have them all. So the problem statement that you're making include, the solution include the level 1 project and Moja Loop, as we have learned today. Okay, that's all. Safe, mercy journeys. We are going to give you t-shirts, the t-shirts. That's what we are putting on tomorrow. All of us. Dictatorship. Yes, so let us hand out the t-shirts. Otherwise, it's a bye. Let them bring the t-shirts where you are in your teams, please.